Does anybody have a proposed instruction to submit? Or comments about the one that the court drafted?
I do, Your Honor.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can I just pull it up for a second?
Sure.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
On paragraph, it's in the alternative wording for
Right.
Mr. Kendrick. It states, hold on, I've lost my place.
And it, honestly, I'm looking at it now, and it may not even be 100% applicable. That second sentence in the alternate wording, I had just noticed that in the other guilty plea limiting instructions, that was more the language, so I was throwing that in for y'all's consideration as to whether anybody would prefer wording of that type to the couple of paragraphs above that. But yeah, I mean, whether another person has been convicted of the same charges isn't necessarily applicable anyway.
So, and my concern is that the court's not addressing, yes, I understand that something could be used against, I'm just using his name, but Mr. Kendrick, not against the others, but
Right.
But then it says that you can use the other evidence, and there's no instruction that's only if a jury finds beyond a reasonable doubt that one or more of the persons entered into a willfully and knowingly. And
right, but we're talking about overt acts. I mean, they're going to have to, that's another step or portion of what they're going to have to decide. And obviously, they're going to get full instructions at the end of the trial. So I'm not going to get into, here's how you're going to consider all of these different parts of the RICO count,
I do understand, but as a listener, I guess, for a juror, they don't even get to decide the acts unless they first find it. They could do it in any order they want, I guess, but they first find that there was a willful and knowing joinder of the conspiracy.
Sure, that's a part of what they're going to have to find as to each defendant before they can convict anybody.
And I'd like that language in any instruction, because otherwise, let's assume that this trial ends, the state rests in December. That's approximately a month and a half, maybe 2 months from right now. Meanwhile, the jurors are being conditioned, in my words, from the Honorable Court's instruction, that, hey, yeah, we can use evidence against everybody except certain evidence, so I'm going to realize that this is against everybody before there's been no instruction, to my knowledge, in this entire case, that they have to first find that there's that a person joined the conspiracy. So
They're not supposed to be deliberating until the end of this case, the close of all the evidence, all of the jury instructions. So there isn't a danger of that.
Okay. Well, that's my problem.
All right,
Because,
well, I'm not going to give them a full kind of mid-trial mini instruction on how to consider RICO. They're not supposed to be doing that yet.
okay, I'm not trying to say a full instruction, but just a line, maybe. I put it in
I mean, I can say, you know, I'll give you further instructions later
on
how to consider all of this.
and whether a conspiracy even exists or a person joined a conspiracy. That's what I'd like, because I do find, and that, yes, I understand that they'll be instructed later, but I do find that it is, jurors should have some context of this instruction. This instruction standing alone seems like it's already, there's a suggestion. I'm not saying the court's doing it on purpose, by the way, but there's a suggestion that other evidence can be used against everybody. Well, that may not be true.
I'm only saying it as to if the state presents evidence aside from the guilty plea as to overt acts 56 through 59, and then aside from Mr. Ryan's trial conviction as to overt acts 79 through 81, which, I mean, they're certainly doing that for the murder of Jamari Holmes. They're doing it right now. So if I guess I don't believe that it is broader than what this is saying, which is specifically as to those enumerated overt acts.
Now, I would like something, if you, ladies and gentlemen, find, based upon my instructions that will come at the end of the case or at an appropriate time, that one or more of the people on trial knowingly and willfully joined a conspiracy, then go into something about then you may not use the guilty plea or verdict, whichever.
All right, well, I
against anyone
appreciate
else.
that, but I don't think that's necessary, and I don't think that this misleads them into thinking anything at all wrong, really. Okay.
And
so
I still believe my original that the evidence shouldn't come in at all, because I'm struggling with the instruction. So, you know.
all right, well, I
with that
think
being said.
in terms of if anybody would prefer the language, you may not use this conviction in your consideration or deliberations against any of the other defendants in this case. It is not evidence of anything against these other 5 defendants. Each defendant has a right to have his guilt or innocence determined by the evidence presented against him, not by what happened with regard to a criminal prosecution against someone else. That's one version. The alternate version is you are not to consider the co-defendant's, whatever it is, conviction as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. Each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of, you know, charges or something. I don't know what that language is, but any preference as to which of those two the court uses? No, nobody cares. Okay.
I can't. I don't want either one. Sorry.
Well,
I want either one. And I'd
I'm
like to-
definitely going to give one or the other of them, because if I don't give one or the other of those, then it will be reversible error in the event that there ever is a conviction in this case, which of course would be ultimately a benefit to your clients to build in reversible error, but I would prefer not to do that because the court's job, to the extent I can, is to avoid any error at all, much less reversible error. So I'm going to give one or the other versions of that language. Does anybody have a preference as to which version of that language the court will give?
Your Honor, can we, since I have a preference, I still maintain my objection. I don't think it's reversible error if you keep out these pieces of evidence, and that would be my preference.
No, I don't think so either, but that's also not fair to the other side.
Can we just huddle for a minute so we may have
And
a split?
y'all don't have to tell me right this instant. I just need to know before the conviction is going to get introduced, which may be sometime today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And if they're huddling now, once they're finished huddling, we just have another announcement to the court.
All right, how about announce, and then if they want to huddle, they can huddle.
And good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
The state does intend to call Mr. Lee this morning.
Okay.
He will probably be our third witness this morning. I know Miss Abbasi and I were supposed to speak very briefly. After they're huddling, we can have just 2 minutes to speak.
Well, I may have them huddle later.
Okay.
Because the Wooney Lee stuff's more pressing, because you can tender the conviction, you know, in any order.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, on the Wooney Lee evidence, is there any objection that still needs to get hashed out?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, and then if so, where's the easiest place for me to find the
Your Honor,
evidence?
if I may, there's something we wanted to address first.
Okay.
Your Honor, I've got some members of the defense side here taking a look. Our understanding, and if it turns out to be wrong, it turns out to be wrong, was that the state was undecided yesterday as to whether they were going to call Mr. Bernard Mitchell. I know at the lunch break, Mr. Hiles was on the stand. His text messages had already been admitted. We went back to speak with him. The state went back and attempted to speak with him. So at that point, my understanding was it was still up in the air. I can be wrong. My understanding was it was still up in the air. Per Your Honor's request, we had discussed as many things ahead of time as possible. The discussions with the state were, and it was very clear for both sides, that we were not going to be objecting and not asking this court to litigate Mr. Mitchell's Instagram records because the state was going to call him. Yes, with them coming in, there were portions that we intended to use with the understanding that that is what would come out in terms of evidence. His messages would come out, so we would want another section in there. If the first section is in there, we would want the second section in there. But he's certainly not our witness. The evidence he presents is not a theory of the case that we would have brought to the table. And so now the state does not want to call him, and I think we're faced with a confrontation clause issue because we relied in good faith on our discussions with the state. We didn't go through and take the court's time to say this is conditionally admitted based on this happening. So we simply relied on what they represented to us. We had the evidence, came in, it was read out. I contacted the state last night to say, hey, I'm not sure what you want to do about this. We feel in a position that we are forced to ask for a mistrial. We really don't want a mistrial. We'd like to be able to rely on what we were told. And like I said, we're checking to see if there was something definitive on the record. But if Mr. Mitchell is not testifying, then we feel we have no option but to ask for a mistrial.
Would the state like to be heard on that?
I guess the state's response, Your Honor, is that the state, after the lunch hour, indicated to
Talking to the mic. Pick one up, maybe.
the state after the lunch hour indicated to the court, as well as counsel, at least for Mr. Ryan, indicating that we were not going to call Mr. Mitchell, basically because he told not only the state but defense counsel that he wasn't going to say anything when he came onto the stand. That was the same thing that was told to us by Mr. Uten. And my recollection is that it was an either or is what the understanding was. It was we were going to maybe call either Mr. Uten or Mr. Mitchell, and yesterday we decided neither. So I don't know how there could be a confrontation issue that's being claimed today. If we decided to put Mr. Uten up yesterday and not Mr. Mitchell, the records would have still come in the same fashion without Mr. Mitchell testifying. More importantly, before any message came in as it related to Mr. Mitchell, the state indicated to defense counsel that we were not calling Mr. Mitchell. We indicated that to the court as well. And
I don't remember y'all indicating anything to the court until the end of the day, y'all. But what I was told by the deputies was that the state had very clearly said they can be transported back. We are not calling either of them. And that was at or right after the lunch hour that I was told that. I asked yesterday morning, is this an either or? And yesterday morning, the state was definitely indicated, you know, it might be one, it might be the other, it might be both. We don't know yet. We still need to talk with everybody. And then we just went on with the trial, and they didn't, you know, after lunch, they went back because y'all had made that determination, and you certainly communicated that to the deputies with regard to transport. And you are making the representation that you also let the defense know that. Do y'all disagree that the state let y'all know they didn't intend to call either witness?
Excuse me. At the very end of the day, I had inquired to the court, said, you know, discuss what's going to be the order tomorrow, and I
Right.
said, well, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Uten, checking. Mr. Kokomo took a look, and before lunch, what was represented to the court said, you know, who are we going to get to? And they said, we may not get to him today. So
That was before lunch.
that was before lunch, and then we came back in, and everything was published.
And everybody I mean, not everybody, but counsel for Mr. Ryan and counsel for the state spoke with, I guess, Uten and Mitchell over the lunch break.
We went back. He didn't want to speak with us. That's fine. We went separately from the state.
Right.
We didn't discuss anything with the state about who would or wouldn't be called at the lunch. And I don't believe before we started in the afternoon. That's not my memory. The announcement before lunch was we may not reach him today. They spoke with him. Obviously, at the end of the day, I still thought they would be called.
My recollection is after lunch, I was sitting there. Ms. Abbasi said, so you're not calling Mitchell? And I said, no, we are not calling Mitchell. That's my recollection before Mr. Howes began testifying after lunch, and we didn't call Mitchell. And the messages came in unobjected or not objected to, and there's been no conditional admittance of evidence that's been
There
permitted
has not.
or agreed to by any of the parties during the trial of this case, at least at the time that I've been here. So it's my indicator, be the state's opinion that any objection to the messages that came in are waived at this point.
Your Honor, our response is, we have difference of memory. That's fine. It is what it is. If the state knows they're not going to call him going into it, I don't think it's fundamentally fair for them to publish and then say, ha, you missed it. I don't think that's good faith. As far as, no, we didn't conditionally admit it, because we've done everything we can, at least for Mr. Ryan, to avoid taking up the court's time. This is what it was. We all agreed. We all understood. So that's how we proceeded. And now here we are, and we're stuck in a position we don't want to be in.
Well, I'm not quite sure what to do with this. I have a representation from Mr. Abadi that the state communicated to defense counsel that they were not intending to call Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Uten, and that was communicated prior to Mr. Hiles' afternoon testimony in which this evidence came in. And Ms. Abbasi, you're saying, well, it's not my recollection, but I could be wrong. That might be. So
I will not say my memory is perfect. I have no memory of having that conversation after lunch. I'm not going to say, Mr. Abadi's. I can't promise you my memory is 100% accurate, and I'm certainly not getting up and saying that Mr. Abadi's lying. I'm not going to do that. But I have no memory of that conversation at all. And, as I said, I brought up at the end of the day, what's the order of the witnesses? When are Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten coming in?
I don't remember that.
I had brought it up when we were asking about witnesses because I didn't know if the sheriff needed to bring them over. And that's what was coming up.
Are you saying that you, on the record, asked when Mitchell and, no, you didn't?
That was at the very end of the day. We were just,
Amongst counsel?
I believe Your Honor was on the bench when we were discussing just who are we getting to tomorrow.
Yeah, I asked who we were getting to tomorrow. I don't recall you saying, when are we getting to Mitchell and Uten?
Well,
I don't recall the two of them being mentioned at all at the end of the day.
I know I asked the state at that point, oh, you're not calling him? No. And at that point, the evidence had already been admitted.
I'm asking you, did you make that statement on the record?
I don't believe so.
I
We can
don't
check the
either.
record, but I don't think so. I think the last statement on the record was we may not get to them today.
I don't recall that statement on the record or off the record. This is all a surprise to me this morning that now there's some debate about it, because everything I knew post-lunch yesterday, although through the sheriff's office, not through the state or the defense, was that a decision had been made and communicated that neither of them was going to be called. I mean, can't really do much else with I don't see a basis for a mistrial. So we need to deal with Wooney Lee's evidence. And y'all are just going to have to communicate or put more things on the record or something if you want to avoid misunderstandings in the future.
That's fine. We'll litigate everything first.
Or just put on the record your understanding.
Yes, Your Honor.
So if the understanding was these will come in if Mitchell testifies, just say, we talked about all of this and we don't have any issue as to, X, Y, and Z. And these things we've agreed are going to come in if Mitchell testifies. And then there'll be a record of it and everybody will know what they're dealing with.
I mean, I guess the state can make the suggestion. I mean, we can call him and the state will have no questions for him, and then defense counsel can cross him if that will solve the issue. But
I mean, at this point, he might have yet again been sent back, even though my staff was making Herculean efforts this morning to try to get him over because somebody wanted him. At the bench, y'all said, nope, that's fine, we don't need him. And by y'all, I mean you, Miss Abbasi, said, that's fine. We don't need him. If y'all aren't calling him, fine. So we just communicated to the sheriff's office, they don't need him. I don't know where he is at this point.
Okay. And Your Honor, Mr. Kokomo checked at the end of the day. I did inquire for the court, who do we need tomorrow, and gestured over to the door. And then that's when Ms. Love said, we've talked about it and we're not calling him.
All right, well then, that's even more of a record against your recollection.
I guess I don't understand. There would not have been any reason for me to ask about whether people were coming from the back after the evidence had already come in if I knew he was appointed to be testifying.
So you're saying you pointed towards the holding cell doors.
Right, asking about witnesses for tomorrow.
All right, well, that is no record upon which to grant a mistrial. So let's get to the Wooney Lee evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. We sent it.
What are we doing on the slap quad?
Sent the email on yesterday at 9 a.m., Your Honor.
To whom?
Well, you know what? I don't think Ms. Percival is on it, so let me forward it to Ms. Percival. I'm sorry.
I can't hear what's being said.
We're forwarding the reduced.
We're just trying to get the whatever evidence we're going to litigate now up.
All the attorneys should have received it yesterday at 9 a.m.
Right, I'm just saying the court doesn't have it.
Yes,
so.
I just forwarded it wrong.
Can council approach for a minute, please? Yeah, well, whomever wants to come out. We've got the jury, and they've been waiting for 20 minutes already. And I just think it's not considerate of any of us to litigate things that they can't hear and just make them sit around. So we'll just do if y'all have to take somebody out of order, you have to take somebody out of order, but I'm not going to have them wait anymore. Call your next witness, and we'll get to the Wooney Lee evidence when we can get to it. Okay? All right, I'm going to get the jury out. Who's your next witness going to be? Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Turn that mic on for me.
Sure. My name is Al Hogan, A-L-H-O-G-A-N, and I'm a detective with Atlanta Police.
Good morning, Detective Hogan.
Good morning to you, sir.
Can you tell the court how you are currently employed, sir?
I am a detective with Atlanta Police. Currently, I'm assigned to general investigations out on Fulton Industrial, but prior to that, I was a homicide investigator for about 10 years.
And Detective Hogan, can you tell the jurors how long you have been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I have been certified police officer since 1987. Had a couple of different jobs with the sheriff's departments and with the air marshals, but anyway, I landed in Atlanta about 15 years ago.
And you said you had been a police officer since 1987. Prior to working with the City of Atlanta Police Department, where were you in law enforcement?
I started in the jail in Fayette County, was there for a few months. They put me on the road, was certified then in 1987. I worked as a road deputy in Fayette County. I was promoted to detective, worked undercover narcotics locally, and then I was assigned for a good many years, 10 years or so, to the DEA task force at the Atlanta airport. We did drug interdictions there. In between there, I spent a brief period of time as a federal air marshal. This was before 9/11, and that job wasn't for me, so I came back. And that's when I went on through with DEA and then eventually landed in Atlanta about 15 years ago.
Now, you a few minutes ago told the jurors that you were assigned with the homicide department for 10 years.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, were you assigned with the homicide unit here with the City of Atlanta Police Department back in February of 2019?
I was, yes.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about, I guess, how you're assigned specifically to any homicide case that you're working here in the City of Atlanta?
It is the luck of the draw. We are all in a rotation. There's a big board in the office. There's about 17 of us that are in the rotation. About 6 of us that work cold cases. At the time, I was in the rotation, and your name is on a magnetic strip with a label on it, and everybody's name's in a row or in a column. As murders occur, the person from the top catches the murders. He's the lead, he or she's the lead investigator, and they go to the bottom, and everybody moves up. On this particular day, I was at the top.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors on February 23rd of 2019, were you dispatched or called to come out to the location of 50 Mount Zion Road?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell the jurors what was the reason you were dispatched to that location?
There had been a homicide, a criminal homicide, what they suspected to be a criminal homicide, and they asked homicide to come to work the case.
And is that address 50 Mount Zion Road? Is that here in the City of Atlanta, Fulton County?
It is. It's in southeast Atlanta.
Okay. And when you, I guess, can you tell the jurors, we've heard about different zones that are within the City of Atlanta. Which zone does this location fall within?
Zone 3.
Okay. And the Zone 3, does that include the area of like Cleveland Avenue?
It does, yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors when you arrived to the incident location, can you kind of describe for them what kind of property it was? Was it a business? Was it a residential location?
It's an apartment complex.
Okay. And were you the first to arrive on scene?
No, sir.
Can you tell the jurors? Now, with not being the first to arrive and being, I guess, assigned as the lead detective because you're number one in the rotation. Can you tell the jurors a little bit about the first things that you do when you interact with other first responders who arrive before you, other officers and detectives?
Sure. So they, just by the act of being there and doing their job, they've gathered some information that may be interesting to me or help me with my investigation. So of course, I get there, observe how things are laid out. They have delineated the crime scene and what they think the crime scene is. So they mark that out with yellow tape, trying to make that a pretty big area. This particular one was a fairly big crime scene. So I could see that when I pull in, and then I speak with the two officers that are watching the crime scene log. I speak with the general investigator who has started the crime scene drawing. I talk with the ID technicians that are there that are, and I assist them and make sure that any evidence that I see on the scene that I'm interested in or like for them to gather or document, I make sure they do that. And I just try to glean as much information from what they have from them so I can help me further my investigation.
Now, after speaking with other members of law enforcement who are on scene before you, can you kind of describe, I guess, the layout? You said that this was an apartment complex or a residential complex. A little bit about the layout of the complex as you first observed it when you arrived.
Yeah, it's a large complex in two phases. There's a Mount Zion Road. Obviously, it faces Mount Zion. The address is 50 Mount Zion. Then there's a phase, I'll call it phase 1, which is in the front that's up closest to Mount Zion. There's a creek that runs behind that phase 1 is a creek, so there's a bridge and an access road down one side of it. I think it's the east side of the property that goes past over the creek, and then there's a large recreational area, a big grass field, and then a playground for kids. And then the second phase is in the back, but there's only one way in and out to get to the second phase. And it's in the back of the property across the creek. This crime scene encompassed all of the access road to get to the phase 2, and all the way up into a pretty good portion of phase 2 where the road runs up into the parking lots, the access into the phase, the buildings in the phase 2.
So in a second, Detective Hogan, we're going to put up State's Exhibit 11NN, which was previously admitted into evidence.
Yes, sir.
Can you see it on the screen?
I do.
Okay. So do you see at the top of State's Exhibit 11NN, there's, I guess, a red line that's drawn. It's right by where the time is, where it says 9:33 a.m.
Right there you're talking about?
Yes. Can you tell the jurors, is that building that you can kind of barely see at the top of State's Exhibit 11NN, is that the first phase or the first building of the complex?
That's correct, yes.
And then do you see in the middle of State's Exhibit 11NN, it looks like something, looks like a brown kind of, something that's separating the grass in the middle of State's Exhibit 11NN?
Right here.
So, in the middle of State's Exhibit 11NN, you see trees, and there's this.
Oh, that's the creek.
Okay.
There's the bridge.
And then it's the area that you described, I guess, where the playground and things, the recreation area.
It's under here, under the trees, back over here in this area.
Okay, so it's towards the, I guess, the left side, kind of middle of State's Exhibit 11NN.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay, now you described to the jurors briefly about the second phase or the second half of the apartment complex. Do you see that phase in a State's Exhibit 11NN?
I do. It's this phase here.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what areas in State's Exhibit 11NN, if you can see it, were pertinent to your investigation in relation to the crime scene?
Immediately when I pulled up, I parked in the parking lot up here, if you can imagine the face, goes up Mount Zion Road would be up here. I parked my car outside the crime scene tape and walked in. I checked in with the crime scene technician. Immediately I could see that there was a blue car resting against the fence, and I think there was a big rock there it ran into right here, where there was some stuff on the ground and stuff on the car. And as I walked up, of course, that's going to be pretty interesting. It's not supposed to be there. So as I walked up, I saw that it was part of the crime scene. There was blood in the passenger seat. There were bullet holes in the car. There were shell casings on top of the car. Items of clothing were on the ground and on top of the car. And then as I walked further past, I could see there were some tire tracks that were through the grass here, beside the building here, as well as more shell casings that were kind of scattered out in this area over here. And then they had crime scene tape stretched out across here and across there to deny any access into the crime scene.
Now, you talked about crime scene tape and things of that nature. When you arrived, had the crime scene been fully secured?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jurors a little bit about how that's done and why that's done?
Yeah, well, we're trying to preserve evidence. Everything in there may have something of value to us that we could use to further investigation. So obviously we don't want anybody to tamper that either on purpose or by accident. So we try to protect it. We try to make it as big as the officers that responded made it as big as they thought they needed to protect everything that I just described to you. The shell casings are easily kicked or moved. We don't want to touch anything that may have DNA or fingerprint evidence on it. There's just lots of things we need to try to protect so we don't damage our own investigation.
And Your Honor, can I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 48 NN through 67 NN. If you'll just flip through those, have you had an opportunity to go through those prior to your testimony here today?
I've seen them before, yes.
And as you're flipping through them, I guess, what are State's Exhibits 48 NN through 67 NN?
These are all crime scene photographs from the scene.
And do the photographs in State's Exhibits 48 NN through 67 NN fairly and accurately depict the crime scene, 50 Mount Zion Road, when you arrived on February 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 48 NN through 67 NN.
Those are admitted.
Now, you talked about the area of, I guess, where you said it was a blue vehicle,
Yes.
and in your investigations, did you determine what type of vehicle it was?
I do. It was let me look at my notes here for the year model, but it was a Dodge Charger.
Just looking at your report.
Yes.
Help refresh your recollection?
Say again?
Is reviewing your report, will that assist you in the refreshing your
Yes,
recollection?
I'm just trying to get a 2014 Dodge Charger.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, when you arrived and began to investigate and look around the Dodge Charger, was it occupied? Was there anybody in it?
No, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, you talked about the tire marks that you had seen. Can you describe the condition of the vehicle as you began to investigate and process the vehicle?
Well, we had run the tag, or somebody run the tag, and it came back stolen out of Cobb County. It did have some defects in it. It had several, which appeared to be bullet holes to me, from my experience. And there were 12 of them total. Again, there was a large amount of blood in the passenger seat, front passenger seat, and some clothing. A baseball hat was on top of the car. There was a projectile that fell out of the hat when we picked it up. And then there was, you know, other items inside the car that were gathered and
Okay.
documented.
In a second, Ms. Knight is going to put up State's Exhibit 15NN, which has been previously admitted into evidence. Actually, my apologies, 16NN. And in 16NN, Detective Hogan, can you kind of point out for the jurors the areas in which you just described as defects? I think you said 12 in the Dodge Charger.
Yep. You can look pretty close, you can see whatever's kind of out of place. In this particular image, my memory serves right. This white is a defect. You can see the different whites that stand out pretty readily, and you can see why. I'm assuming they're bullet holes. But in that particular picture, I see four defects.
Okay. And you said that around the car was there, I guess, ballistic evidence also located, I guess, on the car and surrounding it.
Yes, there were shell casings. Off the top of my head, I don't remember how many, but there was 2 or 3 on top of the car. I think maybe that's what that is. But there were maybe up here were spent shell casings. They'd been fired and ejected out of the car, out of the gun and landed on top of the car.
And can you?
Objection, Your Honor, that's speculation.
Sustained.
Well, you said they were spent shell casings. How did you know that they were spent?
They didn't have the bullet in them anymore.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, as you're kind of walking around and observing and processing the scene, are you being assisted by members of the Atlanta Police Department's crime scene tech unit?
Yes, and they were there before me, and they started working the crime scene, so they were really very familiar. They showed me a lot of stuff, and then I just went in behind them and made sure that everything they showed me I was interested in, and make sure that if anything that I saw they didn't know about, and make sure they knew about it to gather it.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as it relates to your working in conjunction with the crime scene techs that were present that early morning, what type of shell casing do you remember was identified as the shell casings found around the car and in the general area?
On the car, and then a little further up on the crime scene, they were all smaller caliber shell cases, like 9 millimeters.
Okay.
Later on, we did find some 7.62 as well, some larger caliber.
And you said around the car and then I guess a little bit further up from the car. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 52NN. Can you tell the jurors when it comes up what to your recollection, the yellow placards in this photo are marking or representing?
Sure. You can barely see them on this one, but there's a little yellow square there and another one up around the corner. Those are placards. They have numbers on them. ID techs, when they document stuff, they document it right where it says. So they put the placards up next to or adjacent to the pieces of evidence, and then take pictures and document where they found it. Later on, after they do that, then they'll gather the evidence, and it'll be delineated on their report by that number, or whatever number it was nearest to the piece of evidence. But this, if you can imagine, if you were in this picture, if you turned around directly 180 degrees, that's the access road that goes out to the front of the property, and then the blue car is down right behind you.
Now, if you are looking at the right side, it states that 52 and it looks like a raindrop that reflected off from the photo. But you see where there's a vehicle or a red car kind of in the middle right-hand side, it states that it's 52 and
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors if you continue to go straight down the access road and take a right where that red vehicle is, can you tell them where would that take you?
That takes you into the parking lot in between two of the buildings in the complex.
Okay. And is that the buildings that I guess would be the front buildings, the first one we saw that was closest to Mount Zion Road, or the back set of buildings?
That's right.
That's what?
The back set,
Back side. Okay.
phase 2.
Now, you reference or talk to the jurors a little bit about the fact that there were additional shell casings that were found in a different area in relation to the vehicle.
That's correct.
Can you kind of describe to the jurors, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 10NN. And using State's Exhibit 10NN, Detective Hogan, can you kind of orient the jurors as to the area that you described that you found the second set of shell casings?
Sure. Well, I told you about the shell cases that were on top of the car. Those were 9mm. There were several more that were scattered around in the roadway and the grass over here in this area. And then there were several that were found in the grass. These are the larger caliber shell casings over here. Over here at the corner of the building and around and on top of the car were the 9mm. The larger caliber 7.62 were in this area over here.
And if you can recall, in that area that you just kind of described and oriented the jurors to, where the second set of shell casings you found, how many did you find? If looking at your report will refresh your recollection.
Yeah, let me look and see. I
Just,
don't remember.
If and when your recollection is refreshed, just look up and I'll re-ask you the question. If it helps, I can direct you to maybe page 4.
Yeah, if you would, because it's not jumping out at me.
Yeah, if you look to page 4 of your report, and if that helps refresh your recollection towards the bottom.
Oh, 15. Thank you.
All right.
15 7.262 caliber shell casings.
So it sounds like after looking at page 4 of your report, your recollection's refreshed?
It is refreshed.
Okay. And you described them to be a larger type of, or larger caliber of ballistics or shell casings. Can you describe to the jurors a little bit about that?
Sure. Well, a handgun is a smaller caliber, usually a somewhat smaller caliber. Police carry 9mm or 40 calibers. Each caliber is a different size. So each shell casing is going to be a different size to accommodate whatever size bullet it shoots. For example, the 9mm the bullets are about as big approximately as the end of your pinky finger. So the shell casing has to be the size for that to fit in. A 7.62 is normally associated with a long rifle, like an assault rifle. And it's a much bigger bullet. It has a lot more gunpowder behind it. It shoots a lot faster and longer. So the shell casing for that is going to be larger and distinctive for that caliber of weapon.
And based on your investigation, is it, or based on what you saw and observed, were, I guess, all of the shell casings that you saw as larger, the 7.62, kind of grouped in one area?
Yes,
And
they were all
then-
found in one area.
The shell casings that you described earlier, a few minutes ago, that you said were smaller caliber or 9mm, were those all kind of grouped within, one small area, separate and distinct from the 7.62?
The majority of the shell casings, the 9mm were discovered here. The only exception to those would be the ones that were found on top of the vehicle where it was abandoned.
Now, can you tell the jurors, do you see the red line that kind of travels throughout State's Exhibit 10NN?
The long one?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, based on the investigation at that point, the shell casings that you had found in different areas and the tire marks that you described, why, I guess, that red line is there and what it represents?
For me, that was, I created this, so, and that was pretty rudimentary, but I'm not a computer guy. The little red dots are, it's not accurate, but it just indicates where the shell casings were found. This was a line based on my investigation of where the victim said they had parked. And this is the access that they took trying to get out when the shooting broke out. So there was a shooter that came out here when it started shooting. They drove out. Another shooter down here drove past, walked, well, you can see the tire tracks in the grass. Drove off the road, back on the road. The car was not functioning, so they rolled to a stop here and then exited. It's just a line to kind of show where I thought they went when the incident happened.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked and tendered and admitted into evidence. It states that it's 59NN. And in this photo, do you see kind of the grouping of the yellow placards that are seen within states of it 59NN?
Yeah, same procedure as what I described earlier. Where there is a shell casing, they put a placard, and next to it is a corresponding number that indicates that particular shell casing. This is coming out from the Rick Breezeway, and this is where they, all the different placards indicate the different shell casings that were found.
And do you see kind of in the middle of State's Exhibit 59NN towards the, I guess, the breezeway? Let's see if we can get this out of your way. There we go. In this area right here?
Yes.
Are those placards, are they also the larger caliber shell casings?
Yeah, they were all the same shell
Okay.
caliber. Yeah.
And are photographs taken of each placard from, a far away distance or a full range distance, mid range, and then close up?
Yes.
Okay. To your recollection, was that done in this case?
I wasn't present, but I'm assuming they do it the same way every time.
Okay. And for time and efficiency, is that what we see in State's Exhibit 60NN through 67NN?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you completed kind of walking through the scene with members of the City of Atlanta's crime scene unit, while on scene, did you get information that two males had contacted 911 indicating they had witnessed what happened at 50 Mount Zion Road?
I did.
Okay. And I don't want you to tell me what anyone said as I go through the next questions. As a result of that, did you go to APD headquarters just down the street here off of Peachtree?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when you arrived, did you speak to the two males?
I did.
And without telling me what they said, can you tell the jurors who you spoke to that early morning?
Sure, is Bernard Mitchell and Rodney Uten.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors, without telling me what they said, kind of the circumstances and of the setup of the interview? Let's start with that.
Oh, it was just an interview. Well, there's two different areas at the headquarters that we speak to people in. One's an interview room. It's just like if you guys came in and had something to tell us, we put you in an interview room and we speak with you. The other is what they call an interrogation, or when they're in custody. In those rooms, you're secured, chained to the floor, and both rooms are audio and video recorded. Both types of rooms.
And you said they were in the first room, the interview room that you described?
They were in yes, witness room.
Can you tell the jurors, do you interview them together or do you interview them separately?
They were done separately at different times. Same, one after the other.
And after speaking with both Mr. Uten and Mr. Mitchell, can you tell the jurors, do you speak with a female, Miss M. Smith, after speaking with both Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten?
That's correct, yes.
And can you tell the jurors, do you speak with her that same day, later on February 23rd of 2019, or at a later date?
It was on the same day, on the 23rd.
Okay. And can you kind of explain to the jurors in relation to when you arrived to the scene and kind of worked and processed the scene with members of the police department, about how long after you arrived did you begin to interview people in relation to your investigation?
Multiple times in the report. It all came together fairly quickly once it started rolling. Let me see if I notated it in my report. Do you know specifically in the report where I need to be looking?
Let me ask you generally this question based on your recollection. Was it a matter of hours that you began speaking with witnesses, for example, Mr. Uten and Mr. Mitchell?
It was all in the morning time, yeah. It was like 6 in the morning when I got to the crime scene. It was well before lunch when I was talking to Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten.
Okay. And when you spoke to Miss Smith, can you tell the jurors kind of the setup or the arrangement for that interview?
That was in the witness area. It was later on in the day. I think it was after lunch, thereabouts. But same, voluntary. She came in, and I spoke with her.
And when you're speaking with Miss Smith, is it just you and Miss Smith, or are there any other members of your team that are also present?
Detective Casey was with me.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as you began the interview with...
You're talking about Mariah, right? With Miss Smith? Or with the other two?
So I'm talking about Miss Smith.
Okay, yeah, Miss Smith.
Yes.
Detective Casey was with me, yes.
Yes. So can you tell the jurors, when you began the interview with Miss Smith, can you kind of describe for the jurors her general demeanor that early morning?
Sure, yeah, she was upset, nervous, crying, young girl, and you can imagine, she said she was a witness to a shooting and a murder, and she was upset.
Now, as you began the interview, can you tell the jurors, how did you start?
Sure, well, I started all the same way. I introduced myself, and we start talking about, and I asked, talking about the situation that they witnessed, and I asked for their statement, and she began by telling me a series of events that she relayed to me at that time that I knew were not to be correct based on what I knew from the crime scene.
Okay. And when you say knew what not to be correct in relation to the crime scene, can you explain to the jurors, I guess, what you mean by that?
Yeah, she was saying that this victim had been shot by one of his companions. The way she described it, it was not possible based on what I knew from the crime scene. So I brought that to her attention. After some consoling and some speaking with her by me, she realized that she changed the story to what the truth was, because we knew that she was not telling the truth.
Okay. And as you continued, I guess, to confront her with the physical evidence that you had located on the scene and through your investigation while on scene, did she provide you with names or nicknames of individuals she knew to be involved?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And do you recall, or can you tell the jurors the nicknames that she told you of the people she saw shooting that night?
Yes.
And if referring to your report would help refresh your recollection, by all means.
One was Little Rod and Bali.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as she described what she saw, did she tell you, or tell the jurors what she told you about the firearms that she saw Little Rod and Bali having?
Judge, Your Honor, I'm going to object that this is improper bolstering. She's already testified to this.
This is impeachment, Your Honor. She testified she couldn't recall at times during her testimony as it related to the firearms, what they look like.
Can you approach from a...
When you described, you've been describing the fact that the first part of the interview you had with Ms. Smith, she gave you a number of facts and scenarios that were not aligned with what you knew to be consistent with your investigation of the crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
And as your interview with Ms. Smith continued, I believe you indicated earlier about the statements that Ms. Smith made going forward about what she observed on that early morning of February 23rd of 2019 as it related to the shooting. The facts that she relayed to you after you confronted her with what you knew to be true about the physical evidence on the crime scene, the facts that she was giving you, did they become consistent with what you knew through your investigation at the crime scene?
They did become consistent, yes.
Okay. And as you continued to interview Miss Smith, did she continue to provide you statements as it related to what she saw and heard that were consistent with what you've described to this?
Your Honor, leading the witness.
Ruled based on our discussion at the bench.
So let me see if I can remember what I was asking you. So as she continued to describe things that she saw and heard and observed on the crime scene that early morning when the shooting was occurring, were those statements consistent with what you knew that you found on the crime scene earlier during your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, we talked a little bit about she was able to provide nicknames. Can you tell the jurors, without telling me what she told you, but was she able to provide you with Instagram handles or usernames for the two people she gave you nicknames for?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result, I guess in conjunction with that, was she actually able to pull them up and show you photographs as it related to the person she knew as Little Rod?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 23NN and 24NN. While she's pulling it up, I will give you a physical copy so you can see it.
Oh, yeah.
And while Ms. Knight is pulling it up, if we can get the technology to work, are those the photographs that Ms. Smith was able to provide you in relation to the person she knew to be Little Rod?
That's correct, yes.
And can you tell the jurors, do you see her signature on those photographs?
I do.
Don't pull it up. And can you tell the jurors what date is her signature on those two photographs?
The 24th of February of 19.
Okay. And was Ms. Smith able to do the same thing as it relates to the person she knew to be Mr. Bali?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, after receiving this information from Ms. Smith as it related to who she saw shooting, can you tell the jurors, were you able to determine the identity of the people she knew to be Bali and Little Rod?
Yes.
Okay, and who were those people?
Little Rod's name is Rodelius Ryan Jr. Bali's name is Damon Blaylock.
And let's see. Now, before we move on from Ms. Smith's interview, can you explain to the jurors, so during Ms. Smith's interview, you described how you confronted her with the physical evidence as it relates to the statement she made initially at the beginning of the interview. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, when you confronted Ms. Smith with the fact that what she was saying didn't make sense with what you already knew, did you tell her the identities of the people who were shooting?
No.
Did you, before speaking to Ms. Smith, have any idea who they were?
I didn't know him from a can of paint. No, sir.
And was that something she was able to tell you based on what she described as what she saw and heard that early morning on February 23rd of 2019?
That's correct. Yep.
And while you were interviewing Ms. Smith, did you provide her with any facts as it related to the identities of Mr. Ryan or Mr. Blaylock during that interview?
No, sir.
Okay, and was that information that she was able to provide, or did she provide you information that assisted in your investigation in identifying both Little Rod and Mr. Blaylock?
That's correct.
Now, after speaking with Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors, did you attempt to identify another female described to you during Ms. Smith's interview?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors who was that?
Her nickname was Brazen. She was with Miss Smith.
And if, your report.
Tyhera Hartfield. Oh, excuse me, that's her mom. Oh, yeah, Tyhera Hartfield. That's right.
So it sounds like using your report refreshed your recollections?
Yes. Sir.
Okay. And in your identifying Ms. Hartfield, can you tell the jurors, based on your investigation into Ms. Hartfield, what her living situation was?
She was a runaway, listed as a runaway at the time.
And ultimately, before, let me ask you this question. Based on the information that you've talked about here today, can you tell the jurors, did you make charging decisions?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you swear out warrants for the arrest of Mr. Ryan and Mr. Blaylock?
Eventually I did, yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you ultimately get to speak with Ms. Hartfield?
I did.
Okay. And without telling me what she said, did you, I guess, speak or interview her in a similar fashion that you've described as it relates to Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Uten, and Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Okay. And during your investigation, can you tell the jurors, did you also receive a social media posting as it related to Mr. Ryan hours after the homicide?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that you used and utilized in your investigation in taking out the warrants that you've described?
Yes.
One moment, Riley. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions pending redirect.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness?
There are. I do want to make sure I can get a hold of at least one of these snippets.
Okay.
Maybe it's 10. I cannot find it anywhere. Where's my stack? It has a line. Yeah, I'll look. It's 10 and then I'll let me put it up. Can you grab it for me first? morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Coming into today, have you had a chance to review the interviews you did with the witnesses you spoke to?
Not all of them, but yes.
Okay. You haven't had a chance to review them?
I haven't reviewed, I reviewed Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten's recently. The others have not.
Okay. All right. So I want to start. You've been an officer for quite a while, yes?
Yes.
And so you know that when you are getting information from people, it is of the utmost importance to make sure it's accurate, right?
Yes.
And that's one thing you were doing with Ms. Smith, is confronting her with facts to test whether what she was saying was accurate, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And especially in a situation kind of with young people, they may not always be fully forthcoming in the beginning, correct?
It's not limited to young people, but yes.
Right. Especially if they think there's something they could get in trouble for, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the folks that you were speaking with in this situation, they were not, well, the two young men you spoke with, they were not lawfully allowed to have weapons, were they?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So that's something they theoretically could get in trouble for if they admitted to it.
Yes.
Okay. So when you're speaking with them, when you're speaking with Ms. Smith, you're asking questions to make sure you can verify things. One of the things you told Mr. Mitchell you would do was get his Instagram records, correct?
I may have. That doesn't come to mind off the top of my head, but it would be something I would do. But I don't remember if I told him that.
Would it help refresh your recollection to see a copy of a transcript from that interview?
Sure, yeah.
Right. One moment. Here we go. All right. I'm going to direct your attention to page 19 here, and if you could quietly read that to yourself. Let me know when you've had a chance to refresh your recollections from that.
Your Honor, before he answers the question, I'm going to object to hearsay. What Mr. Pogan said during the interview to anyone would be hearsay.
He's-
Out of court statement.
He's on the stand. He can repeat what he said.
That doesn't make it not hearsay, but
I mean, I can ask whether he asked somebody.
I think it's not hearsay in this circumstance, so overruled.
I mean, in this circumstance, it would be being,
It's overruled, so.
Okay. So were you planning on getting Mr. Mitchell's Instagram records?
I may have been. It's hard to say. This is a lot of years ago, so it's part of my tools that I use for in each or any case that I have that I work. If there's an opportunity to pull those, and I need those, then yes. But I don't remember if I wrote a warrant for his Instagram or not.
Okay. You said if you have the opportunity, you certainly had the opportunity, right?
Yes.
Okay. And with those, if you'd had them, you could come back to him and say, hey, was this true? Was this not true from what you told me, correct?
Yes, I could, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten, they were both cooperative, correct?
Yes.
So if you wanted to follow up with them, they gave you no indication that they wouldn't speak to you or anything like that. They were readily available.
Yes, not at the time they were cooperating with me that day, yes.
you didn't attempt to contact them any other times, though, did you?
I don't recall doing so, no.
Okay. So in this case, do you recall what search warrants you did take out?
No, not all of them, no.
Okay. Do you recall taking out warrants for Instagram records?
I do.
Do you recall whose records you requested?
I know I got little rods, I got Bally's, and without going through the index on my report, I can't tell you exactly, but I know I got little rods and I got Bally's. I got Rodelius Ryan's and I got Damon Blaylock's. May have gotten Mariah's and Brazy's as well, the Tyara Hartfield and Miss Smith.
Okay. What was your purpose in getting those records?
It's any information there that might help with the investigation.
Okay. Did you look at those records?
Not personally, no. I looked at some of the pictures. It comes in a format. Again, as I indicated, I'm not a computer guy. I'm not even on social media. I gave that information to somebody who could put it in a format that was easier to read, and then those people looked through it, and they let me know what they found.
So it wasn't for you to get more information. Someone else was supposed to get more information.
The information is going to come to me. It just didn't come through me.
So at what point did you get the information of what was contained in those Instagram messages?
When they gave it to me. I don't know what day it was.
Who's they?
I don't remember who the analyst was that did the examination of those records.
Okay. And the examination of those records, I would assume you included in your report?
Some of them, yes.
Some of them. Could you let me know then when? I assume if you put them in your report, it says then when you got them, correct?
It says when I put it in the report. Let me see.
I mean, that's something you would put in the report, right?
One that jumps out at me was from February the 26th of 2019. Somebody sent me an Instagram post on that day, and it was a short video that showed Mr. Ryan riding in a car.
Okay, but that's not the Instagram records, right?
It's from Instagram.
That's not the Instagram records for which you obtained a search warrant to get so you could get more information, correct?
I haven't verified it, but if it came from his Instagram and I got a search warrant for his Instagram, then yes, it would be in there.
Right.
I just got it before I got the search warrant records back.
I'm sorry, if you could
It was
repeat that last
posted.
part.
It was posted. Somebody saw it. They sent it to me. If my search warrant had not been executed and the information sent back to me at that time, it would be included in both records, but I got it before the search warrant records came in because somebody sent it to me right after it was posted.
Okay, I think a second ago, because you said you didn't confirm it, right?
You're going to have to, I don't understand what you're saying. I've confirmed it. Yeah, what are you talking about?
Well, I think about the content of the messages, you said you did not confirm with the records.
I just said I'm assuming.
Right.
If it's in his Instagram records, I received it before the records came back from the search warrant. I'm assuming that that information that I received that day before the records came back would be in the records when they arrived to me.
Okay. So without those records, having looked at them, there was no way for you to go to Ms. Smith or Mr. Mitchell or anyone else and say, hey, you told me X, Y, Z, but your records say something completely different. Right?
I did not do that, no.
Okay. You could have done it though, right?
Yeah, sure.
And that would have been confirming, right?
Sure, yes.
I want to ask you about what you testified to earlier about the actual crime scene. Mr. Abadi asked you questions about where you found certain things. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you answered questions about where you found those 7.62 shell casings, right?
Yes.
But you didn't actually find those casings, did you?
No, I did not.
Those photos, you weren't there when they were taken, right?
No,
You never saw where those 7.62 casings were.
not physically, no.
So when you say you found them, you didn't find them. Someone else did.
I said they were found. I'm not sure that I said I did.
Okay. When did you learn about those casings?
Later on the same day that the murder happened, I was at the office when I got the call.
Okay. And when you spoke with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten, were you aware of those casings?
As I recall, it was around the same time. I don't remember exactly the sequence of events, but I spoke with them later on in the morning. It was sometime around the same, a lot of things were happening at the same time, that we got the call about the shell cases. That's one of the reasons I did not physically see them, because I was busy at the office. So I asked the responding officer to collect them and supervise that. But I don't remember the sequence of when exactly they came in.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection to see a copy from your trial testimony?
Sure.
I'm sorry, not your trial testimony, the last proceeding, several proceedings ago.
Okay, sure.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention to page 1076 from the prior hearing. Also turn to page 1078 if that's helpful as well.
Okay. All right, so what's your question again?
If when you spoke with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten, you were aware of the 7.62 shell casings.
I was aware that they described to me two shooters, but I don't recall if I knew about the shell cases at that time. I may have, I don't remember.
You said that they described to you two shooters?
Yes.
Okay. You've got a transcript in front of you, so you've testified about this before, correct? This matter?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't recall attorneys asking you at length whether anyone besides Ms. Smith mentioned two shooters?
I read here that they were asking me about that, yes.
Okay. And your testimony was that Ms. Smith was the only person who said there was 2 shooters, right?
Yes. That's what it says here.
I mean, when you,
Wait, before we get too far around here, let's make sure we got the right context.
if you want to flip to page 1,100.
No, let me read these first.
Okay.
On page 1076, as I recall, they were asking me about my interview with Ms. Mitchell, and I had mentioned to her that I had 2 sets of shell casings. They were trying to determine if she...
Okay, well, I don't need you to testify about what someone else was trying to do.
So what I'm saying is context matters. In this particular instance, I was describing my interview with her, and in the process of the interview, when I was confronting her with the evidence, I told her that I had 2 sets of shell casings.
Yes, I understand that.
You said page 1100?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So having reviewed that page, Mariah was the only person who said there was 2 shooters, right?
According to that transcript, yes, ma'am.
That was your sworn testimony under oath, right?
That's what I said. Yes, yes, yes.
All right, so that was the truth that you said then, right?
Yes.
And I'm going to back up for a moment. I think you said Mr. Mitchell and Uten, they told you about not 7.62, but a weapon which would have fired larger shells. Is that right?
Yeah, they described a long gun coming out of the breezeway. Yes.
Okay. And when you were speaking with them, that was not consistent with the scene as you had seen it, right?
Again, I don't remember exactly when I got all the information about the shell casings. So at that point, I was getting his statement, and I took it as he gave it to me.
Did you not previously testify about the shell casings? I did not know about it when I interviewed Mitchell and Uten.
Okay, well, if my recollection was that then, I don't remember that now. If I didn't know about the shell casings then, if that's what I said, then that's what I said.
Okay. But you didn't confront them with what, at that time, would have been their testimony inconsistent with the scene, right?
No.
Okay. And they both told you 1 shooter. The number of shooters they told you was not the same as Ms. Smith, correct?
That's the same question, just worded differently.
We've already been through this.
I'm going to overrule that one.
Bernard Mitchell described the shooter coming out of the breezeway, and also the shooter when he was going around. He was right beside he described the person right outside the car shooting him in the car.
So that
Described
would be,
dreads and a hoodie.
so that would be he described to you 2 shooters, based on what you just told me.
Yes, based on my just reviewing my interview with him the other day.
Okay. All right, I'm going to have you take, so you don't recall testifying that Mr. Mitchell actually never said anything about two shooters?
I got a sneaking suspicion you're going to show me that I did. But as I sit here, I don't recall that, no.
You were able to review your interview with him, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You still have that transcript in front of you?
No. Oh, is this it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
You could take a look and see if that helps refresh your recollection about whether he told you there were two shooters.
It may or may not refresh his recollection, but I'm going to object to hearsay from Mr. Mitchell. I'm going to object to hearsay.
This is impeachment of what the officer previously said.
I'll let you ask about whatever he previously said.
Do you have a page or an area that I need to look through? Exactly, it's a long interview.
No, sir.
How many pages are we talking about?
Can't see, maybe about 20. I can't see if that's right. It could be more. You know what? We can come back to it. We'll probably have a break and you can take a look and get back to me.
Okay, sure.
Cool. So when you went out to the scene at the time, you were looking to speak with other witnesses, correct? If there were any.
Originally, when I first got to the scene, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You were trying to speak with as many people as you could, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you had access to the CAD reports and the 911 calls, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you had access to the 911 calls themselves, correct?
Eventually, yes, I did.
Okay. And anyone you spoke with, you would have put that in your report, correct?
Yes, most of the general information. I don't necessarily put all the details, but yes.
Okay, but like their name, right?
Not always. If they don't wish for their name to be included, if I can exclude them, I will.
Fair. But you never spoke to the 911 callers, did you?
No,
Even though you had their name and contact information, right?
that's right.
Even though you were aware that one of them wanted to speak to the police, right?
If I was aware of that, I would have spoken with them.
I'm going to approach you with what has already been previously admitted into evidence and marked as states 1NN Nancy Nancy.
Okay.
Okay. And that is one of the CAD reports you've reviewed, correct?
It appears to be a CAD report from the case. I can't say I reviewed it, but this seemed to be from the case, yes.
So you didn't review the CAD, so you did.
Well, I look at it, I verify that it's got the right address on there, and if there's any information as the case progresses, and if I need to get back in touch with anybody like a 911 caller, I would do that.
Okay. So you didn't see the...
And I would use the CAD report to get that number
Okay.
and name. In this particular case, I didn't see the instance to it. Didn't need it.
You didn't need to see the person who wanted to speak with you?
I wasn't aware of that person.
So you didn't review the CAD?
I looked at the front page. I didn't read every word. No, ma'am.
Okay. So you didn't listen to the 911 calls?
No.
Okay. So if you're trying to speak to as many witnesses as you can, why wouldn't you speak to the 911 caller who wants to speak with you?
Again, I didn't get the word that they wanted to speak with me, or I would have. My plate was pretty full. I talked to a lot of people when I did a lot of work that day.
Oh, okay, you were too busy.
Yes, I was busy.
Okay. So when Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten, no, let me back up. The photos of the 7.62 shells, you didn't take those, correct?
I did not.
Okay, were they just sent to you, is that right?
Yeah, they were included with the report, yes.
Okay. And so is it from those photos you pieced together, let's see the exhibits, say 10 NN that you've drawn a line on? Thank you. NN, you drew this line, correct?
I did.
Okay. And this earth image or whatever it is, that accurately depicted the apartment complex as you observed it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and the line on the left side where it starts, that's your belief, that's where the 7.62 shell casings were?
That's correct, yes.
All right. I'm going to put up on the screen for you what has been admitted as 59 NN. I don't know if it needs a share screen. Thank you. All right. So, looking at 59 NN, what is it you see next to kind of that entryway, exitway by the sidewalk to the building?
Well, see, satellite dish and an AC unit.
Okay, AC unit. And then you were standing at that AC unit looking at the parking lot. What is to your right? We have a line of bushes.
I'm turned around here. I don't understand what.
If you're standing next to that AC unit with the AC unit on your right, you're looking at the parking lot. Do we have a line of bushes there?
Yes.
All right. Could you flip back the 10 and then, please? So looking at 10 NN, officer, you said it was consistent. What happened to that line of bushes?
They're not there.
Okay, what happened to the AC unit?
It's not there.
So how is that possible?
Well, when I got the information from the officer, I memorialized what he told me, what he found. He said it's by the Y building. I was assuming that Y building was where I indicated right there.
Oh, okay, so
on
you
the
just
map.
assumed that.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
It's in the same complex. The picture with the shell casings is in the same complex. I think it's in the next building back in that little courtyard.
Okay. But so you didn't go out to the scene and see where those 7.62 casings were, right?
I've said that a couple times.
So
I
you
have not.
can't say for sure, actually, that 10NN is even where those were found, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I can say they came from the complex, but
Fair.
exactly where in the complex, I don't know.
Fair. And with this image, I'm going to point you to, I guess I can't really point to it. That corner right there, right?
Yes.
That's where Ms. Smith indicated one of the shooters would be, correct?
I don't recall that.
Where do you recall she said the shooters were?
She said, if my recollection is correct, she saw somebody walking out of the breezeway.
Here?
Yes. I believe, yes.
Okay. So all those casings should be right there.
Yeah, but the buildings are very similar in design, and there's two sets. So there's a breezeway that goes through both sets of buildings.
Okay. So they're very similar. So
So it's easily confused, is what I'm saying, as far as locations, because the buildings look very similar.
okay. So you may have been easily confused, right?
I was confused, yes.
Okay. And Ms. Smith, during the earlier parts of her interview, she had only talked about one shooter, right?
I recall she said she saw someone with a long gun, and she heard shots. I don't recall if she indicated whether there's more than one shooter or not. I don't remember that. Should I refer
Okay.
to something?
So what earlier on in the interview, or when in her interview, I think you talked about, she said some things which weren't consistent.
Yep.
And then you consoled her.
Yes.
And then she was more consistent after that, right?
Yes.
So when was it that she began telling you, back this up. At what point between those did she go from one shooter to two shooters?
I know when she described to me, she said she described the two guys that she was with, and she described each one of them having a different kind of weapon. I recall that, but I don't recall if she stated that she saw anybody shooting. She just stated that she heard shots and ran.
Okay.
Saw both of them with guns, but I don't recall if she said she saw them shooting.
My question was, when in her interview, before or after the consoling?
It was after the consoling.
Okay. Because before that, it was only one shooter, right?
I knew that story she was telling me was crap, so I really wasn't paying much attention to it.
Okay.
So I don't remember what she said.
And it was between what was the consoling? We'll go there.
What was what?
When you consoled her.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm a husband and a father. I've got a daughter. I just spoke to her in a fatherly tone, assured her of her safety, and calmed her down and encouraged her to tell the truth.
Okay. But she didn't start doing that until after she was told to, I think, sing her ass off, right?
I don't recall if that was said or who said it.
You don't recall that?
I'm not saying it wasn't said. I just don't remember who said it. Yeah.
Okay. And there were discussions during that interview about whether she was implicating herself, right?
recall.
Whether she could be going home or not?
I don't remember that.
She wasn't concerned with, or didn't seem as though she was concerned about getting in trouble?
She was concerned about getting in trouble, yeah.
Okay. And so I want to back it up. She came in, she's telling you a bunch of things, they're not adding up. You console her, and then she is telling you something consistent with the evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay. But that part didn't happen until you were the first one to bring up that someone had a rifle, right? As opposed to just a small gun, right?
I indicated that there were two types of shell casings, a rifle round and a small caliber.
Okay. Before that, she had not described two types of rounds, correct?
Like I said, I haven't seen that interview in quite a while. I do not recall.
Okay. You're the one who brought up a second person there to ambush, right?
I described two types of shell casings indicating that it was two shooters, yes. Implication there is two shooters.
Okay. So you made that implication, and then we had two shooters, right?
Yes.
Okay. What more did you do to confirm what she was telling you?
And do you have an example that you'd like me to answer? Because she told me a lot.
Right. She told you about different things that Mr. Mitchell did or Mr. Uten did, right?
Yes.
And those weren't consistent with what you learned from them, right?
Yeah, they were fairly consistent.
Okay. So when you spoke to Mr. Mitchell, that's when you learned about him putting a gun to her head?
Oh, yeah, she did say that about him, yeah.
Yeah.
Again, that's the story I didn't believe her, so I forgot about it, yeah.
So it would make sense if she's telling you these stories that you would want to confirm them, right?
If it's the truth, yes.
Right. And she told you things about, well, let me ask you. You never went back to Mr. Uten or Mr. Mitchell and asked about whether everyone had been chatting together, like she told you, right?
Oh, no, they described in their interview that they had been texting with the girls.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant that everyone, the defendants, everyone came out and was chatting together before this happened.
I don't think that came out with Mitchell and.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So they didn't say it, she did, but you didn't go back and say, hey, this witness told me this. No?
No.
Okay. And you didn't go back and look at her Instagram records, right?
I don't think so, no.
So you couldn't confirm whether she said she'd been talking to the victim every day, right?
Bless you, the victim. No, I didn't.
Okay. You could have, though, right? Because you said you got her records, or you ordered them, did a warrant for them?
Yes.
Okay. And she told you about a specific type of van that Mr. Ryan's mother drove, correct?
Yes.
You didn't go check and see if she actually had a van like that, did you?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
And that's in your report?
I don't think so, but I did do it. I noticed it. Let me go check. It might be in the report. We went to go talk to his mother.
Mm-hmm. She was cooperative, right?
She was.
You didn't ask to search the van, did you?
No.
And that van would have been, based on what you were told, used basically as a getaway vehicle, right?
Yes,
So it could have a murder weapon in it, right?
yes.
Could have gunshot residue all over the steering wheel, right?
No, unless it was shot from the car.
Okay. Those wouldn't transfer from someone's hands?
I don't know, maybe.
Maybe. But you didn't get a search warrant to check either of those things, did you?
No,
And within just a few hours, you had an address for Mr. Blaylock, correct?
I did.
And you didn't get a search warrant for that apartment either.
No,
So you made no effort to look for what would have been the alleged murder weapon, right?
that's correct.
Okay. That would have been useful, right? If you had that, that's great evidence.
I've worked 100 murders. I never got one.
Never.
Ms. Abbasi, let's pause for a minute and take our morning break. And if you, do you want him to look at whatever that
Oh, sure. Thank
portion
you.
was while we break? Okay. All right.
Sure. He's welcome to, and Officer, I'll hand you your other transcripts and you can look at whatever you need to.
And can I ask you to actually step outside if you don't mind?
Oh, sure.
Thanks. I've just got to deal with another matter. How about you start with whatever it is that you wanted him to actually, that you asked him on the stand about? Okay. I mean, you can give him all of them, but I'd like for him to start with the one that you specifically asked about.
They'll be here.
All right. Okay, so there's been some back and forth about the whole Mitchell, that's his last name, right, thing. And Ms. Abbasi, you said that you kind of gestured in a vague direction towards the holding cell door at the end of the day without mentioning anybody's name and asked who the witnesses would be tomorrow, which is now today. And the state's answer did not include either of those people. And then, of course, there was some point in time in which the state was maybe going to get Mr. Mitchell, and I don't know what they were going to do, put him on the stand, just, I don't know, as a concession to Ms. Abbasi, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, just FYI, Mr. Mitchell is here and available. I'm just letting y'all know that. And I kind of need to know before the lunch hour, or whenever this next, the witness that's on the stand right now is over with, if he's going to be called, let's go ahead and call him next so that he can be whatever's going to happen and then transported away back to where he has been staying before this time.
The issue raised on the defense is his messages would kind of affect what sort of road we went down with the defense. We've already gone down that road.
All right.
The mistrial has been denied. There's no further, I'm no longer insisting at this point he be called. Whatever damage has been done has been done. So working
All
with
right,
what we have.
just wanted to let y'all know. Okay, so then, does the state want to call him? If not, tell me now, and I'll have him shipped back.
No, I think this line of hearsay questions has cured any sort of issue as it relates to a mistrial and confronting Mr. Mitchell, since she's been able to do it without Mr. Mitchell even testifying.
All right. Thank you. Let's take our break.
For murder?
The only person who ever gave you any indication that Mr. Ryan knew Mitchell, Mr. Uten, the victim, anyone in the car, was Mariah. She's the only person who said they knew one another, right?
That, you confused me a little bit. Say that again. Say it again.
The only person who said that Mr. Ryan knew Mr. Uten, the victim, Mr. Holmes, Mr. Mitchell, only person who said they knew each other was Mariah, correct?
I don't recall that.
Did you look at your interview?
Well, I'll be honest with you, I did, but I forgot what you asked me for to be looking for in there.
Okay.
Maybe it's a question. Ask me each person at a time. So, Mariah, you're saying Mariah said she knew Mitchell.
Mariah told you, was the only Mariah indicated, whether through this or something else, Mr. Ryan had some contact, knew the existence of Mr. Uten, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Holmes, right? You never went to any of them and said, hey, do you know this guy?
No.
Okay. And they never, gave you any names saying, I think it was this person or I have a problem with this, nothing.
They, who?
Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten.
They said they did not know who shot at them.
Had no idea.
That's correct.
And didn't ask them if they, had any problems with Mr. Ryan or Mr. Blaylock, right?
Yeah, they're correct, yeah.
Okay. And Mariah, she never told you anything about being locked in a basement, did she?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. And she didn't tell you anything about Mr. Blaylock attacking her, did she?
Other than when Mr. Blaylock. Oh, no.
Okay.
No, not that I remember.
All right. And so based on the evidence you had, the person who fired the 7.62 was tall, right?
I was described, he was described as being tall, I believe. Just
All right.
a second, let me double check it. Just a second.
And I can get you a transcript of your interview with Mr. Uten if that further helps too.
I bet you can. Let's see. Yes.
Okay. So Mr. 7.62 is tall, and based on all of that evidence, was your conclusion that Mr. Blaylock was the one with the 7.62, right? Page 18?
Page 18. Of what? Which one am I looking at?
Your report.
Well, if you got a page 18, you're doing better than me. I got 17 pages.
Oh.
Okay, wow. You got more than me. Okay, I see what you're referring to, yes.
Yep. So final conclusion you came to based on everything you reviewed was that Mr. Blaylock had the rifle.
That's what I wrote, yes.
Gotcha. All right, so we have rifle rounds, and then we have all these other casings from a smaller gun, from a 9mm, correct?
Yes.
All right. And those casings were found very, very close to the vehicle where the victim was, correct?
There were casings on top of the car, yes.
Okay. And casings on top of the car, you don't know how they got there, did you? Or do you?
I didn't see them be placed there or fall there, no.
Okay. Did you speak to the EMS, the emergency services people who would have been there responding?
They were gone when I got there.
Okay. So you're not sure whether they had to move anything to get to Mr. Holmes?
It was obvious that the hat we found on top of the car was placed there by someone.
Right.
I don't know who. But I guess it's plausible that somebody would say, hey, there's a shell casing, let's put it on top of the car.
Yeah. So they wouldn't want to lose it.
Don't know why they do that, but yeah.
Okay. So you discussed with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten whether they had guns, correct?
Yes.
They both had guns, right?
Yes.
And you never asked them if they shot, did you?
Mitchell said his gun was empty.
Okay.
Uten, I don't recall ever asking that specific question.
Right. You didn't ask him what kind of a gun he had, right?
I don't recall
Okay.
asking him.
You asked him what happened to it, though, later, right?
Yes.
And he indicated to you that you should...
All of this is hearsay. What Mr. Whoever indicated to whoever.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to either you yourself or have somebody go looking in the woods for a firearm?
Wasn't me, but yes.
Okay. And beyond that, you did not have any follow-up to tracking down those guns, right?
That's correct.
All right. And your reason for that, you previously testified, was you had no reason to, right?
I had no further leads. Once we tried to find them and couldn't, based on where they said they put them,
Okay.
there was nowhere else to go.
So you had no reason to try and find out whether Mr. Fulton was the one who fired all those 9mm.
Say that again?
So you had no reason to try and figure out if Mr. Uten is the person who fired all those 9mm.
Right, I didn't try.
Because if he did, that would be your second shooter, right?
Your Honor, objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You, at some point, had an occasion to review Mr. Mitchell's Instagram records, correct?
Again, I'm not a computer guy.
Far, far later.
I allow other people on the team examine those. I trust them in what they can do because a teenager is better than me on that stuff.
Yep.
So I looked at the report or what was given to me. Did not do a deep dive, no ma'am.
No. No deep dive. You didn't look at them.
Say it again?
No deep dive. I mean, you did not look at them, right?
I don't recall if I did, yeah.
Okay. So you never did any follow-up with Mr. Mitchell about him shooting back, did you?
No.
But you learned that at some point he said he did, right? Or they did.
Yes, I did hear that, yes.
Thank you, Detective.
Oh, you're welcome. You didn't get this stuff back?
Are there
That's all yours. You're welcome.
other defense counsel with questions for this witness?
Good morning, Detective Hogan.
Just take the time. Good morning. Good morning.
We've met before, but my name's Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Okay.
All right, and the case that we're talking today, does not involve Shannon Stillwell at all, does it?
Not that I know of, no. sir.
Okay. I just wanted to ask you one question on cross. You were asked about testing a car, the inside of a car for gunshot residue.
Right, yeah.
And you responded that it would not make any sense to do so unless a gun was shot from that car, correct?
That would be the most obvious reason to do so, yes.
Okay,
Test
so
for that.
if a gun is shot from inside a car, if your investigation leads you to believe that a gun was shot from inside a car, you certainly would test for gunshot residue, correct?
If there was any question that a gun was used inside the car, so if there was an allegation that it was, and
Yep.
there was reason to believe that it wasn't, we needed to prove that a gun was used in the car, then certainly we should process the inside of the car for gunshot residue.
Okay, when you say process inside the car for gunshot residue, what does that mean?
Well, we asked the ID unit. I've watched them do it several times. They have a Q-tip, and they swab areas, and they preserve that Q-tip, which gets sent to the GBI crime lab. And then they do their analysis, their whiz-bang stuff over there to say if there's any presence of gunpowder, I guess is what it is.
And we're talking about microscopic particles,
Yeah,
right?
if you shoot a weapon anywhere, if somebody shot in here, the residue would be however tiny, microscopic, but it would be here on everybody, everywhere. Yeah,
It would go all over.
yeah, it goes everywhere.
Okay, and you would ask the collection team, we'll say, to the crime scene technicians, I guess is the formal term, correct?
Yes.
You would ask them to collect from different areas within the car.
That's correct.
Are there any specific areas that you would have them focus on?
I generally let them do their job. They know more about that stuff than me. I ask them to process it, and I allow them to do it.
Okay.
So wherever areas they are. Another's, the GBI has been a little more stringent on their testing of that. They're getting away from gunshot residue because of the fact it goes everywhere. It doesn't really prove anything.
Okay, so the concern when they're going away from it is not that it gives false negatives, but it gives false positives.
Right. So, for example, if you're a gunshot victim, you're obviously a gunshot victim. Guys that in the past I know have tried to test them for gunshot residue. Well, that's kind of silly because they are a gunshot victim. They're going to have gunshot residue on them. Also, the fact that if they're in a room such as this or other people, and somebody shoots, and then that person gets away, but somebody else is alleged to be the shooter. Well, if he was in the same room, he's going to have gunshot residue on him as well because it goes everywhere.
So it sounds like what you're saying, if you get a positive result from gunshot residue, it may be unreliable for proving what you're intending it to prove.
You don't necessarily have to be the shooter if you were in the room when the shot went off.
But if you get it, but from what I'm understanding, if you get a negative, that's still a reliable result. It's just the positives can mean different things.
Yes.
All right, great. And in your experience at times, you said you defer to the experts on the collection method. Have you known them to remove different parts of a car for further testing for gunshot residue?
Yes.
It's changed.
I can approach it. It is going to be relevant.
All right, I'll give you.
And I'm just going to ask one more question. Is one of those parts that the experts remove at times the headliner of the car?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
You're welcome.
Any other defense? Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Steele.
How are you?
I'm great. Thank you.
I'd like to ask you, in your work, have you ever had the need or the opportunity to ask for and secure surveillance cameras from businesses?
Several occasions, yes.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, in your experience, have you ever had a surveillance camera operation where it would be a specific period of time that was captured, the images were captured by the surveillance camera?
Sure. Every system's different. There are some, from my experience, some common denominators. Most surveillance systems capture a certain period of time that's generally around 2 weeks. And after those 2 weeks time period, it stops. You can kind of imagine that you're shoving the video into a tube, and as it comes out, there's just so much space to capture and to maintain. So as you capture more video, it starts falling off the backside after 2 weeks. So for example, if 3 weeks ago there was a crime that we became aware of, and we needed to try to get the video, we call if it's past that 2 week time period, the video is no longer accessible. It's been deleted. It's been overwritten and it's gone.
So in your example about the 3 weeks, so a video can hold up to 2 weeks of information, is what you're telling the jurors in our example.
It's kind of a general rule, Brian. But there are systems that capture and they keep them for longer periods of time, but those are expensive to maintain, and that's pretty rare that we have, but they're out there.
So if, just hypothetically, if we start on day 1 and the surveillance equipment can hold 2 weeks, so on day 14, from day 1 to day 14, it's all there if it's all working correctly. That's what I hear you say.
Yes.
I'm going to object to relevance.
It goes back. Now, on day 15, so day 14 ends, now it's day 15. Are you telling the jury that in your experience, day 1 is now gone, so now we'd have from day 2 to day 15?
That's my experience, yes.
Okay. Have you ever, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, on day 15, so day 15 starts, all day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 are gone?
Without a catastrophic failure of the system, I have never heard of that. No.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anybody else? No question. All right, redirect.
Detective Hogan, do you recall Ms. Abbasi asking you about your interview with Ms. Smith and how she, I guess, about how she described the long gun? Remember her asking you about that?
Yes.
Do you remember her specifically asking you about the use of the term rifle?
Yes.
And do you recall, based on your interview, Ms. Smith was only able to describe the gun as a long gun, correct?
Yes, she was not well versed in.
You can answer the question.
She was not well versed in guns. She was using pretty generic terms. Yes.
Now, I want to bring your attention to something that Ms. Abbasi just, one of her last questions, she talked to you about how Ms. Smith just kind of described or said how Mr. Ryan or somebody would know any other parties. Remember her asking you about that?
Yes.
And do you remember what Ms. Smith's response was, her conversation with you was about how Mr. Ryan knew Mr. Mitchell?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. That's not the question. The question was whether anyone besides Ms. Smith described them knowing one another.
I think she opened the door as to how.
Go ahead.
Do you recall?
Of how Ms. Smith knew Mr. Mitchell?
No, about how the question that Ms. Abbasi asked you was about how Ms. Smith described to you and talked to you about how Mr. Ryan knew Mr. Mitchell. Do you remember her having that conversation with you? And that if looking at a copy of the transcript would help refresh your recollection of your interview with Ms. Smith.
Sure, man.
I want to direct your attention to page 93, where the minute marker is 2:18:21.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to this being hearsay. We're not impeaching her.
What are you going to ask?
What she said. I mean, that counsel opened the doors when she asked the question as it related to the conversation that the detective had with Ms. Smith about how the parties knew each other.
So are you refreshing his recollection as to what you said about it?
That's correct, Judge.
I'm going to permit it.
Your Honor, the question was about whether anyone else described them knowing one another, not what she said, how they knew each other.
All right, I'm going to allow it.
I can ask the question again, Detective, after you've reviewed.
Yeah, you're going to have to. Give me a second. Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, so in reviewing page 93 of the transcript of the interview with Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors, is your recollection refreshed as to what Ms. Smith indicated or told you about how Lil Rod or Rod and Mr. Mitchell were familiar or knew each other?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, what did she tell you?
She said that little Rod told her that BJ took his gun, Mitchell took his gun.
Now, I also want to talk to you about a question that Ms. Abbasi asked you as it related to describing, as you spoke with Ms. Smith, that this was an ambush. Do you remember her asking you about that, using the term ambush?
I remember using that term. Can you tell me where to look? I don't recall it in the interview.
No, what I'm asking you is during your cross-examination, Ms. Abbasi had asked you some questions as it related to you describing or using the term ambush. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors or describe to the jurors why your investigation and through your investigation, tell the jurors why you called it an ambush?
It wasn't a robbery. Shooters never approached the vehicle. They were lured to a certain spot.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to him testifying as these are actual facts. He can say what he investigated, what he did or did not.
Sustained.
So I'll rephrase the question. Can you tell the jurors what in your investigation drew you to characterize or classify this shooting as an ambush?
It wasn't telegraphed. It was sudden. They snuck up from behind and
I'm going to object again.
Sustained.
Same thing.
I'll move on. I want to put up State's Exhibit 10NN. Well, before I move on, and as she's putting up the photograph, based on you said you were in homicide for how many years?
10 years.
And you said you've worked in law enforcement since you said 1987.
Yes.
How many years is that?
A lot. 36, 37.
And can you tell the jurors based on your training and your number of years of experience. Have you, well, let me ask you this. Before you worked in homicide, did you work cases that also involved shootings, but no deaths?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, based on your number of years of experience and your number of cases that you've worked that involve shootings, what the term ambush means in relation to your investigations?
Something that's sudden, unexpected, where the victim in that situation is pinched in or in a small area that he's hard to get out of or he can't get out of. Sit and duck kind of a thing.
Okay. Now, you see the photograph in State's Exhibit 10NN.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, is that drawn to scale?
No.
And can you tell the jurors, did you intend that photograph to, or that drawing to be an exact replica of the scene?
No.
What was the purpose of using State's Exhibit, or drawing State's Exhibit 10NN?
It was just a way to kind of demonstrate what my theory was at the time when I created it.
And in your drawing, can you, well, I want to take you to State's Exhibit 18NN. Now, in State's Exhibit 18NN, can you tell the jurors in this photo and your actually being at the scene, can you tell the jurors how many breezeways are in the building that we're looking in front of right there?
Just one.
Okay. And in your drawing, how many breezeways were depicted in your not to scale drawing?
One.
Okay. And I want to show you State's Exhibit, I think it's 17NN. Yes. So do you see 17NN?
Yes.
Can you point to the jurors in this different angle of the building, where on this exhibit would the breezeway be? Would it be on the left-hand side, the right-hand side?
The sidewalk leads to it's off camera right here.
Okay, and then you see where on the right-hand side of State's Exhibit 17 and the building kind of intersects or meets with another building. You see that?
This here?
Yes.
Yes.
And I want to show you State's Exhibit 59NN. Now, in this exhibit's 59NN, can you show the jurors where in that exhibit are the shell casings that you described previously that were found in that area of the crime scene?
They're indicated with the yellow placards.
Okay. And in comparison to or in relation to your not to scale drawing in State's Exhibit 10NN, did you place red dots on that photograph to depict something similar?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were putting the red dots on State's Exhibit 10NN, did you put exactly 15, or what were the dots there to represent?
They were there to represent the shell casings.
Okay. And were they there to represent the shell casings, the general area where they were found.
That's correct.
And was your, in reviewing your drawing, States Exhibit 10 and N, is where you generally put the red dots consistent with where we saw the actual shell casings found on the crime scene?
When I created the drawing, that's where I thought they were, yes.
Now, while on scene, let me ask you this question. How long was law enforcement generally, if you know, on scene that night or that early morning at the scene of the shooting?
3 to 4 hours, maybe a little longer, I guess.
And in the time that you were there, did anyone approach you who had called 911 to speak?
No.
Now, Ms. Abbasi asked you some questions as it relates to how many shooters Ms. Ms. Smith described. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, after the initial part of your interview that you described earlier with Ms. Smith, did she consistently, when she began, after you confronted her with the physical evidence, describe the fact that there were always 2 shooters?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, during that interview, was it you or was it her who placed nicknames in relations to those 2 shooters?
It was her.
And before Ms. Smith told you that, did you have any idea of the nicknames of who she said the 2 shooters were?
I did not.
And do you remember during that interview Ms. Smith describing Mr. Uten and Mr. Mitchell running from the blue Charger?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, at any point during her interview, did she describe to you that as they were running?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this as leading.
Sustained.
I'll withdraw the question. But I do want to ask you, Ms. Abbasi asked you about, let me ask you this question. Through your number of years as a law enforcement officer, have you received a number of trainings as it relates to firearms?
Yes.
And through your work with the Atlanta Police Department and the other law enforcement agencies you worked with before that, can you tell the jurors, are you familiar with a revolver?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, how is a revolver different from, let's say, a 9mm handgun or pistol?
Namely, there's several big differences between a 9mm semi-automatic handgun and a revolver. Revolver is self-contained. It has a cylinder. It's in the middle of the gun. When you, it's either double or single action. If it's a double action, when you pull the trigger, it rotates the cylinder and at the same time pulls the hammer back. When the hammer falls as the next shell casing comes up into the barrel, it hits the firing pin and it shoots the projectile out of the front of the weapon. Biggest difference there is there's no shell casings that come out. The operator can open the weapon and dump the shell casings out, but it doesn't automatically eject them. Semi-automatic, 9mm, when you pull the trigger, it's a very similar action, except there's no cylinder. There's a spring that when you pull the slide back, a shell or a projectile with a shell is lifted slightly up from the clip. There's a clip that catches the projectile and puts it in the barrel ready to shoot. And then when you pull the trigger, a firing pin goes forward, projectile goes out the front, the slide automatically from gas pressure gets pushed backwards. The next shell casing is lifted up by a spring. It ejects the shell casing out, usually to the right, and then it goes forward, picks up the next projectile and shell casing to go into the barrel, ready to shoot again.
Okay. Now, in the vehicle, the blue Charger, can you tell the jurors were the defects that you observed in the car in the front or in the back of the vehicle?
Back and side.
Okay. And were there any, I guess, defects in the front of the vehicle?
Don't think so, no, sir.
And is the defects being found in the back of the vehicle consistent with the vehicle being backed in or parked with the back end closest to the breezeway and the front end kind of closest to the access road?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to this is speculation.
Well, he said consistent with, overruled.
The damage that I saw was consistent with it being attacked from the rear and from the driver's side.
One moment, Your Honor. No, I'm further at this time.
Be very quick, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Detective, when you were speaking with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Uten, you were trying to figure out if they had any idea why the shooting would have occurred, correct?
Yes.
And you addressed with them whether either of them had stolen anything, right?
Overruled.
I did.
Okay. And you had no indication that that would have been the reason here, right?
I tried to figure out with Mr. Mitchell especially of the motive for what happened. Wasn't successful in speaking to him about that.
And Ms. Smith's statement about Mr. Ryan having stolen a gun, what did you do to vet that statement?
Mr. Mitchell stole the gun.
I'm sorry. My apologies. What did you do to vet that statement?
Nothing.
You said no?
I didn't vet it.
Okay.
Just took it.
Mr. Abate asked you about whether, after Ms. Smith began talking about two shooters, whether she remained consistent about that. And you had no reason to press her and suggest otherwise, right? Because that was your theory, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for your time. Well, I guess I shouldn't have assumed that no other defense attorneys had recross. All right, I just happened to be correct. Okay, all right, thank you for your time. You're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
And this seems like a good time to break for lunch, so we will break for lunch until, I think we've probably got some work to do during lunch, so I'm going to give the jurors until 1:30. All right, we need to deal with the Wooney evidence. How long do you think that's going to take?
It should only take about 15.
All right, why don't we just do that before we break then? And I'm sorry, did y'all get to the point of forwarding
Yes.
the document
Did I forward it to you, Ms. Percival? Yes.
this morning? Yep, there it is. Okay. All right, so I've got that open, so if you can start directing me to which items are at issue. This is okay, Instagram. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And I'll say most of the items in this packet will probably only come in if I have to impeach Mr. Lee. So we can definitely go through it, but just to set the stage, Your Honor, about what the items in here are.
Okay, so is everything that's in here we need to litigate? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll begin pages 1 and 2. So let's start with 1. Page 1 appears to be a conversation. Mr. Lee is the slimelife.shoddy. This is a conversation where he says, get somebody to buy my Switch. The next page is a photo of a firearm. I'm not sure how that suggests any sort of illegal activity whatsoever.
Your Honor, the fact that he has access to a switch in and of itself is illegal to have a switch for a firearm, Your Honor.
Have y'all charged him with that?
No, Your Honor. And for the first page, he has not been charged with the switch. And so we won't enter in page 1. Page 2 or page 3, Your Honor, which is Mr. Lee with a firearm, Your Honor.
Are
Again,
you talking about the hand?
the hand, yes,
Can you establish that that's him?
it's his Instagram record, Your Honor, and it's something that I would ask.
No. If that's the best you can do, that's just a picture of somebody's hand holding a firearm, so that is not going to be permitted. Unless you ask him, is that your hand? And he says yes.
And that's why I started trying that most of this is for impeachment, because it would depend on the questions that I ask of him, whether or not this becomes relevant. So that's why I started.
I mean, I guess you can present him with it if if you for some reason are able to ask him, did he ever have a switch? And he says no, you can, without showing the jury, present this. And if he says, oh yeah, that's me, then we've got one thing, but okay. Moving on to the next item.
Page 3, Your Honor, I don't know how Mr. Lee is involved in this. I don't see his screen name on here, so I don't know.
I'm not sure which page you're calling, page 3. Page
Well,
3 I
the
have
third
is
page of this document, which
I'm sorry.
is
Page
page
4.
17 and or page 2313.
Your Honor, we're withdrawing this page.
Okay.
Page 2314 is a photo of, this time it's a leg for the gun.
Your Honor, it would be the same position as the
All
first
right.
one.
Next.
The next one, page 5, which is the top Instagram page number 24836. The majority of this conversation is from author That would be hearsay. I'm not sure under what theory it would be admissible. It seems to be talking about business and a song.
Your Honor, we're going to withdraw this one.
All right. How about page 6?
I would defer to other attorneys if they have any objection to page 6.
Your Honor, I object unless there's a better or some foundation. I heard what the prosecutor said, that they would not attempt to use it unless they lay a foundation or impeachment. But I don't know who these speakers are, except I assume that SlimeLife.Shawty, S-H-A-W-T-Y, is the witness. But other than that,
Right.
I would object. I don't know if it falls under any type of hearsay exception.
The first post on June 4th of 2019, the witness who's testifying says the YFN expletives are at your house. And then a couple lines later, he says, just stay out of their way, bro. Too much going on. I'll come light that bitch up if they play with you. So considering that we put testimony in about the mother of Mr. Bennett's home, who is a member of that same YFN group that was shot twice, we've been discussing this back and forth rivalry quite extensively. So the fact that he's talking about explicitly stating the YFN group and he's going to come light it up in reference to shooting either at or towards those people, I think it's quite relevant, and he's testifying in the stand. So any questions or explanation he wants to give for that, he most certainly can.
So what about the other part of the conversation, though? Are you not offering that part? Going to redact that part?
So, Your Honor, this is a back and forth conversation that he has with this other individual. And so I don't know what specifically, I mean, the bottom three, I don't know what specific line that defense is stating is not needed for the context of what Mr. Lee stated here.
Well, certainly the last bit of it isn't needed, but I mean, not since all that X has been happening, we don't know who this is, and that is indicative that stuff's been going down.
Yes, Your Honor. And the state, what I just read and what's highlighted is what the state, that's why we included
Okay,
this.
and I'm asking if you're going to redact it, because if you throw that up on the screen, I know that the highlighted part is what you're highlighting, but the rest of it is easily visible.
Yes,
So
Your
are you
Honor.
going to redact?
We can redact it and keep that just the username so it doesn't appear that he's just speaking to himself.
Okay.
And we will take out where he says, everything else he says. That's perfectly fine, Your Honor.
All right. Page 7.
Yes, Your Honor, page 7, this is going to be a combination. We have a hearsay within hearsay. We have Mr. Lee asking who Fat was talking to. Not sure the relevance because I don't know who Fat is. They might ask questions which make it relevant, different conversation. But the response from someone who's not testifying is what that person heard. So we have hearsay within hearsay. The next statement is also from this other person who I'm not familiar with who the speaker is. Mr. Lee's response is ambivalent, just say no more. And there's not any further conversation that I see would be relevant.
What's the state's response?
So, Your Honor, this specific exchange, it's very predicated on what Mr. Lee his response is on the stand. If he says, just like the post I just referenced before, if he says, I've never heard of YFN, I have no problems with them, I'm actually quite friendly with them, they're not opposition to me, I hang out with them weekly, then these kind of threads could become relevant, where they're saying, I just heard he was with Slime, he told him he was with YFN, and then the person, again, not Mr. Lee testifying, says that those people are ops, and then he responds, say no more. That in conjunction with like the one we just spoke about, I don't know the exact question we would ask Mr. Lee, but none of these conversations, if an improper question is asked and the court sustains the objection, you will never have the predicate foundation to introduce this. And so I do think it hinges very much on how his testimony
I think
is,
that
Your
before
Honor.
you think it's appropriate to use this, y'all need to approach, because I am having a hard time envisioning how
Yes, Your
this
Honor.
would be appropriately used.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The next page, Your Honor, is going to be page 8, and a conversation between Slat Quay and Mr. Lee. Again, I think we have hearsay. We don't know who Slat Quay is or what his possible involvement could be. They're talking, it sounds like, about something which happened in the past. I'm not sure how that would come in as any hearsay. It would be, if anything, spilling the beans, not furthering the interests of a gang, if that's even the exception they're trying to use. I don't know.
Your Honor, I think that falls in the same line of argument that this conversation would fall into that same line of what Mr. Atkins just articulated, Your Honor. Page 29, Your Honor, would be, I think, in line with the same articulation that Mr. Atkins just did for the page before. It's the same individual. It's the same conversation. The same two people in conversation.
It would be to potentially establish that, yes, he did know who YFN were, and that was significant to him in some way.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's potentially a better example of it than the one above. Talk into your mic. Talk into your mic and talk to me.
Was talking to you, Your Honor.
Okay. Because you're gesturing over at them.
I know, but I believe this is what I referred to the other day with regard to the person that is identified as Slat Qua, not Quay, but it's Slat Qua. One has not been identified, but it is certainly no one in this courtroom, and I believe that the state will elicit that. This is my understanding, and I'm looking at you, Judge. It's my understanding that that would be the testimony. If there's anything else, I want an opportunity to.
It was my understanding that the state and the defense were going to enter into a stipulation that any reference to a qua here or wherever it comes in this Instagram, there was a stipulation that it wasn't any of the people nicknamed Qua or Quay in this courtroom. Have y'all not done that?
Judge, that's been my understanding as well. However,
We're still working on that.
All right, well, sounds like we might need to get to it before Wooney Lee testifies.
I agree.
Your Honor, myself and Mr. Harvey had spoken a short while ago where asking this witness, I mean, this is his thread of who is this, and then I do not know what his response will be at this moment, but I do not expect him to say it is Mr. Nichols or Mr. Huey, and whoever he says, if he says, I don't know who that is, you can ask him, is there anyone in this courtroom here today? And if he says no, I think it will be crystal clear that that was what me and Harvey were, we hadn't finalized it, but that was what we were discussing. The state's not trying to insinuate
discuss
it's
it with
anyone in the
Mr.
courtroom.
Matthews also.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
If y'all come to an agreement, that's fine.
Your Honor, I will.
And why don't you let me know what that agreement is before Mr. Lee testifies?
Your Honor, Mr. Rubin, Mr. Lee's attorney is here. I will ask Mr. Rubin, and we'll have that answer before lunch, by the time we come back from lunch.
And, Your Honor,
Going to ask the attorney what the answer to that question is
So he
gonna
can
be?
ask his client, that's Mr. Lee's attorney, so we can get the answer of who Slack Quay is over the break.
Okay, and then what if he says one thing to his attorney now and then he says another thing on the stand? Are we going to have another specter of putting an attorney on the stand?
No, Your Honor.
Not.
I believe that we have been in communication with each other. So I don't think that result
I'm
will
not sure
occur.
that that's going to resolve it, but if the state and Mr. Matthews and Mr. Harvey come to an agreement about that, that's fine. Y'all let me know.
We will.
Okay, next.
Your Honor?
So is there another objection besides we need to make sure that everybody knows who this is or isn't the slack qua?
I do, unless
Okay.
it's coming in under 248807 D2E. All that Mr. Lee, according to this document on page, all he says is you all got into it with them. Everything else would come from this other person, so that's my objection as well. That page really is not very illuminating on what Mr. Lee is doing to further the interests of the alleged conspiracy.
So it would be, as I understand the state's position, it would come in to impeach Mr. Lee if he claims not to know who YFN is. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so do you need the entirety of it?
On a different page anyway.
This is, I'm looking at page 1397, the highlighted portions of 1397.
To the court on page 854, which I think is 2 pages forward or above. It's Mr. Lee, it's identified as Mr. Lee's Instagram account, and it says YFN ends be by you house. So I don't see why we would need it set, on another page.
A different one. Oh, that's true. Okay, so.
The state's position remains the same. This will become relevant depending upon the question, so this might not come in at all. And so what would the court like for us to answer?
So if there is already something in, Mr. Steele makes the point that you actually have Mr. Lee on page 854 of the Instagram record talking about them YFN ends. And so that would establish that he knows who they are, and so you don't need the others. So that's true.
All right.
And if you think for some reason one of those others is going to be relevant, again, you're going to need to approach before you use it,
Yes, Your Honor.
because it shouldn't be needed for the reason that y'all just offered, considering page, whatever it was, 854. Okay? All right. And then what is this? What's on page 9?
I'll defer to Mr. Steele for the remainder.
All right.
It looks like there are notes, internal notes written over the document. I would not want that shown to the jury.
Yes.
We don't intend to introduce these notes. We're actually going to pull the actual thread, and I believe that was communicated in the email that we sent. But for brevity's sake, we wanted to show defense counsel where the language we're speaking of, but this is actually in Mr. Lee's Instagram return, so we'll find the actual, we'll have the actual pages of.
But what we need to be looking at is just the thread.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And is there objection to the thread?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
If a proper foundation could be
All right, and then I just got another email forwarded about Wooney Lee exhibits. These are pictures, maybe, posts from somewhere. Is there issue about these? Do we need to litigate these? Do y'all know what I'm talking about? States 36, 37 through, I don't know.
This is just a PowerPoint of the exhibits we plan to introduce during Mr. Lee's testimony, Your Honor.
All right, is there an issue, is there an evidentiary objection to 36 through 46, NN, and then 4Y?
And most of these, Your Honor, were in the Wooney Lee folder that we went over a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, if we've already litigated it, great. I'm just asking so we don't.
We did litigate it a few weeks ago, but as far as 36 NN, 37 NN, and 47 NN, those are the issues that I brought up on behalf of Mr. Stillwell. Those involve Mr. Stillwell, and I brought them up yesterday morning.
Okay.
But as far as anyone else is concerned, these are not things that have been litigated, except the ones that I brought up yesterday.
Okay. So, does anybody else have any objection to any of these items?
Your Honor, I was proceeding on the state's email, which was sent two days ago. This is what we need to review for Wooney Lee, so I've not had a chance to go through all of these.
Y'all are just too much, honestly, all of you, or most of you, not all of you, but a lot of you.
Your Honor, to be clear, so when we made the witness boxes from 1 through 30, 31 through 60, and 61 through 100, for the, there may be a photo here that, you forgot to put into this witnesses folder, but all from discovery. So when we're creating these, like the exhibit PowerPoint, some of it includes exhibits that are already admitted in the trial itself. It's literally the PowerPoint in order of how the state's going to ask direct questions of this witness. So there shouldn't be any surprises with what's in this PowerPoint in terms of, I don't know what day or week it was that we went through, but I know that there was a moment where we got through all of them, where the court would say, does anyone have any objections with this witness? Does anyone have any objections with Mr. Sprinkle, with Agent Burney? And we went through number by number, and of course, if an objection is raised, this honorable court will hear it from any party. But, when we say we haven't litigated or have litigated, in the state's minds, when these issues are brought up, does anyone have an objection on the floor for this witness and the exhibits the state has indicated that they may use with that witness? If there's no response,
All right, well, take the lunch break and look and see if you have objection, and can we come back at 1:15? Yes.
And I can speak to one, just so everyone knows. I know I have an objection now. I didn't realize it was in this PowerPoint, but it was something that was recently, the state recently indicated that they plan to use, which is number 12. That's a screenshot.
I don't know what you mean by number 12.
Number 12 on the PowerPoint. It's
46.
Slide 12.
Okay.
46
NN.
And that's just a screenshot. I believe that to be a screenshot of the beginning of a 15-minute video. And I believe that video is titled something like A Night with YSL and 4L. I've watched that video. I've reviewed the video. It's basically a group of young men at a music studio and in the parking lot outside the music studio, and they're kind of interviewing each other, and I guess it was released as a promotional type thing. But I don't know why that 15-minute video would be relevant or admissible.
Yes. I can email over the different timestamps that are the most relevant portions of this video. It's not the entirety of the 15 minutes, and I'll do that before I leave court.
So are you saying you are only planning to play
Certain portions of the video.
certain little distinct parts of it?
Yes. And I'll send that over right now.
Okay, do that right now, and then when we come back at 1:10, now we can take it up. No, I'm not. No. All right, so anything else we're gonna need to deal with? Oh, so the limiting instruction, if nobody has anything else to add, does anybody have anything else to add on that limiting instruction that I'll read before Mr. Ryan's conviction is entered?
Well, I don't know as to whether we made a number 1 or number 2 decision.
Yeah, I decided it on my own because nobody
okay,
got
well-
back to me. I picked number 1.
That probably
So,
would have been my pick, but
all right.
I
good.
want to reiterate, though, that I agree with Mr. Steele's position that ultimately neither one of them eliminate the confusion from, boy, we can use some of this against some of the people, but we can't use some of this against some of the people. So I want to reiterate that
Okay.
and just reinforce that as well.
All right, so I have, at this point, I mean, I can send it back out, but let me just do that real fast. And I haven't changed anything with regard to, let's at this point just focus on the Mr. Ryan one. Let me get that over to Ms. Pursfield so she can get it over to y'all. But I've taken out the reference to overt acts numbers or overt acts at all. Because when I started trying to craft something that would explain, hey, this is to overt acts, but that's not all you have to, find if you're going to find, when you're making your determination on count 1, I realized that it is not really just to overt acts anyway, that it could be taken into consideration in their determination of whether they think anybody was conspiring to engage in a pattern of racketeering activity. And that just goes down a whole, I don't know, wormhole, black hole, I don't know what, of having to stop and give the final jury instructions now, which I'm not going to do. So I'm just saying, count 1. Yes,
Your
sir.
Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, we appreciate the court's efforts, and this is a difficult situation, and we are just, for the record, joining with the thoughts of Mr. Steele and with Mr. Harvey that a jury instruction is not
Not
going to be
enough.
not enough. But I just wanted to place that on the record.
I mean, I assume everybody's joining in
Okay.
that objection, and that's fine. I've looked at a lot of different federal circuit case law involving RICO cases, and it appears that even when a conviction of a co-conspirator comes in, as long as a limiting instruction is given, there's not a confrontation clause problem.
And I just feel the need to bring this up at some point sooner rather than later. There are convictions of Mr. Jimmy Winfrey, my client, Mr. Stillwell, and I believe Mr. Nichols that have come into evidence.
Right.
We brought up these issues previously with the prior judge, and we were not given. We asked for them not to come in. We asked for limiting instruction, and we were not granted those things. So I don't know how we're going to cure that for those.
So I mean, I thought that we had discussed the Winfrey one, and I said I would just, at the end, when I remind them of all of the things that are only for certain purposes, do that. I didn't know that anything of Mr. Stillwell's had already come in without a limiter.
They have, and I believe Mr. Nichols as well.
Okay. All right, well then I will add those two to the Limiter I'll get at the end. And again, they're not supposed to be deliberating until the end anyway.
Okay, so when you're saying at the end, you're talking about jury instructions.
My jury instructions, yes. All right. See y'all in a fairly short amount of time.
Your Honor, I know we still have the PowerPoint presentation regarding Winnie Lee. Is that what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
that's what I'm talking
Okay.
about. What within there? Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I was able to review the times indicated by Ms. Hilton in that
Okay.
email. And on behalf of, I've discussed with Mr. Steele, we don't have any objection. I don't want to speak for anyone else. But I didn't see anything that we object to.
Okay.
In those specific
Anybody?
times. In those
As to
specific
the specific times, which, Ms. Hilton, that's all y'all intend to play for that one video, 48 in or whatever it was. Okay, anybody else have objection to those specific times? In 48, I think it was, I don't know, I could be making that number up.
I think it's
Whatever the
46
video
November,
was.
November.
It's 46.
46, okay. All right, I'm taking the silence as no one has any objection to that. How about any of the other exhibits that are contained within this Winnie Lee?
Yes, Your Honor, page 5, 40 November, November. Just have an objection unless they can lay the foundation because Winnie Lee is tagged, but I don't know who tagged him.
What is this a picture of? In
It's a picture of him sitting in the courtroom during Mr. Ryan's trial.
45?
No, 40 November, November, page 5.
Oh, page 5. 40, okay, sorry.
Your Honor, we actually redacted all of the other content that was actually on this post because I believe Mr. Lee would say that is him while he was sitting in the courtroom. This was during Mr. Ryan, Mr. Blaylock's initial trial of the murder of Mr. Holmes. And our initial understanding, and he has said something different today, was that he was in court when the witness who testified yesterday, Ms. Smith, was testifying and sent her a brain emoji and a rat emoji. And so this was evidence of him being in court.
Okay.
However, he has said to me today that he was not present during her testimony, but this does show that he had actually went to court that day. So things have changed just slightly, given his testimony, but at one point he was in court watching that trial, and essentially he sent these emojis to Ms. Smith. And so someone captured him on video and tagged him in it along with the post also reads free little Bali, free little ride. We've taken those parts out of it because the individual who posted it is not,
All right, I'm not following, I follow what this is a post of, but I'm not following why you're going to be using it. Or I don't understand what you're saying, because you're talking about his testimony and his statements changing. So what do you mean?
so
Why would you be how would this come up at all?
to show that this was a photo of him in court
Okay.
when we believe when the witness was testifying, and based upon what Ms. Smith advised us, I believe, or matter of fact, his phone was taken on the day that the posts were made. So back in 2021, during the trial of the case, we believe that Mr. Lee was present in court.
When
While
was
in
the-
court,
Yes. And that while in court, he sent those emojis?
he posted those emojis. We believe he sent them while in court. He posted those emojis. Whether or not Ms. Smith was on the stand is something he is saying. He never saw her on the stand. That's what he is saying. What we know is he was in court when those emojis were posted. Whether or not she was on the stand or not, we don't know. But he was present in court, we believe, when those emojis were posted. And so this was just proof of the fact that he was sitting in court in or around the time that these subsequent messages that are coming after this post were posted.
How are you, this is a picture of him in courtroom 7E, apparently.
Yes.
how are you proving that it is during Mr. Ryan's trial? Am I missing something?
He is a part of our, let me
Are you
pull
going to
up
be able
the-
to establish when this when this picture was taken?
Yes, I believe he will admit that he went to the trial and saw the trial
Okay.
himself.
And which
I believe he
case,
will admit that.
why will
that's-
you need this picture?
to show proof of those things. The same way we have a responding officer who goes to
Okay.
a scene.
So you're going to put it up and then say, is this you in court during the Ryan Blaylock trial?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess if he says no, he says no. Okay. So in terms of the objection, then,
If they lay the foundation,
I'm not sure what you mean by if they lay the foundation. So they're going to present it to him and say, is this you in court during the trial? And he'll either say yes or he'll say no.
right, if he puts himself there at the date and the time that they're saying, then that's this foundation. But if he doesn't, I don't. If he says no, then it shouldn't come in because he didn't lay the foundation.
I agree. Okay. So that's that one. What else?
And then the next one, 41 November. That's just a screenshot of his Instagram.
40. Okay. Hang on. Well, all right. And so what is this? A relevance objection?
Correct.
Your Honor, so for 41 and this screenshot was taken along with 42 and 43 and on the day that we learned of the emojis being sent to Ms. Smith. And so this captured that this was his Instagram account direct messaging the witness, Ms. Smith, with these emojis. And so 41 NN, 42 NN, and 43 NN established that.
So that would be.
I am sorry that I am not following you, but are you saying that that day in court, his phone was confiscated and screenshots from his phone were taken?
So we learned about the emojis being taken.
Thank you.
Our office then went to his actual page and they were able to, excuse me.
Okay,
Let me
you said
confirm.
something about his phone having been taken, but
His
that-
phone was also taken in court, separate and apart from being able
Okay.
to capture the images from his Instagram page that showed him communicating with the witness.
All right,
And I
so
wanna-
walk me through what on 41 NN shows him communicating with Miss Smith. And I'm sure this is me just being from a different generation than the Instagram generation, but
And I misspoke. So 41 NN, when the witness reached out to our office, she screenshotted 41 NN, which is his page. Then she also screenshotted 42 NN to show the individuals who are following her, which it shows Mr. Lee's Instagram handle. And then she also screenshotted and sent to us 43 NN, which is the actual direct message he sent, which is of the brain.
which is what?
An emoji of a brain. He also sent an emoji of a rat, but that emoji was deleted prior to the witness being able to screenshot that as well.
Okay. And so how are you getting these things in?
As a part of his plea agreement, one of the things he admitted to was the fact that he sent the emoji. So this is just proof of that fact that he sent them.
So how are you getting the first two in then?
Because this is
He
his,
admitted that he sent a screenshot of a brain?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And a
so
rat emoji.
If he denies that, on the stand, you'll show him this and is that what you're saying?
No, if he admits or denies, this is just proof of it the same
Okay.
way of
All right, so then I guess I understand 43 NN and I guess 42 NN.
because this is her page. So you have to be able to show that.
How are you going to show this is her page?
So
Like that would have been something you asked her while she was on the stand.
Her Instagram records are
So-
Blessed Auntie.
on,
What?
Her Instagram was Blessed Auntie or Blessed Auntie. That's what the ADA Hiles testified to.
that was her Instagram in 2019. The trial was in 2021. So she changed her Instagram.
But how are you going to show that this is her Instagram?
He admits to who he sent it to. So he is admitting that he sent this brain emoji, which is from Slime Life Shawty.
I'm not asking about 43 NN. I'm asking about 41 and 42 NN. I'm sorry to not be clear about that.
So 42, and then it shows that he is someone on her page.
How is this her? How are you going to show this is her page?
Her pictures are at the top of the page, Your Honor. That first picture is the young lady who was here yesterday.
Is that just how everybody's Instagram looks? They have pictures of themselves at the top of the page, and so everybody who's young knows, oh, that's so-and-so's Instagram?
Yes.
Or can you post whatever you want at the top of your page? Or could somebody else have posted her picture at the top of their page?
No.
I mean, it doesn't. I mean, I could pull up a picture of Elvis and put it. I mean, I actually don't know that.
Your
'cause
page. The
I
active-
think I probably could
So this,
find my Instagram and put a picture of whomever I want on there.
The-
But I don't know that.
so
of course,
Your
correct.
Honor, this,
You can put whatever
right.
image you want to on your page.
So how does this establish? How are you going to be like, okay, see, this is her
this
page.
is her Instagram story. So at the top of this story are pictures, Instagram videos or pictures that she posted on her story, which lasts 24 hours. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 images on the top of 42 NN. When you actually, you can't see it as well on here, but when you have it on the screen, you can zoom in, and that is her.
I mean, I believe that's probably a picture of her.
So then what she sent to us is a screenshot of her Instagram stories, and she could see who was viewing her stories at the time.
Right, but you didn't ask her yesterday when you had her, hey, are these 2 screenshots that you sent us back in the day from your Instagram? So how are you going to establish that this is from her Instagram?
Your Honor, I think circumstantially from the fact that he's going to admit that he sent it to her, that he is on 42 NN, you see an individual with the same vanity name that he has viewing her page, that there's pictures of her at the top of the page, and then 43 NN showing the slime, showing his same vanity name with the brain emoji.
What
I believe
does 41 show at all?
41 is simply just shows that this was his Instagram page. Slime Life Shorty is Mr. Lee's vanity name. So this is just the front of his.
All right, we already know that. Don't we know that from some other witness already? So do you need?
We know that Slime Life Shorty is Winnie Lee, but the individual is taking the stand, so we can.
Fine, you can say, is this your Instagram page? And I guess you can ask him if 42 is her Instagram page that he followed. But if he says no, then I think you're stuck with that answer. Okay? And then 43, sort of the same thing. Okay, what else?
That's it on behalf of Mr. Ryan, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anybody else with any objections to any of these in this compilation?
Nothing further from Mr. Williams, Your Honor.
Okay. Nobody else. Okay, are we ready for the jury? Yeah. Question. Y'all didn't want that witness shown, and you're about to put up a picture of her.
We're not, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's get the jury in.
Your Honor, Dr. Sullivan is next. We're just trying to
Okay.
find where she is. We did tell her to be back at 1:30, so if we could just have.
Okay, well then she should be back because it's 1:34.
So we're trying to make contact with her, Your Honor.
Will he be arriving soon?
Yes, his attorney went to go get him.
Wunnie Lee, W-U-N-I-E, last name Lee, L-A-E.
And good afternoon. How old are you?
25,
And are you employed?
yes,
What do you do for work?
music.
And when you say you do music, what do you mean?
I make music,
What type of music do you make?
hip-hop.
Do you have a name that you perform under?
Slime like Shouter.
And are you signed to a record label?
Yes,
What label?
Alamo Records.
And when did you first sign to Alamo Records?
2018,
And I should ask, how long have you been in the music industry?
since then.
Since 2018. Have you been signed to any other label besides Alamo?
No,
Where are you from originally?
Atlanta,
And what part of Atlanta?
Southside, Cleveland Avenue.
And did you go to school?
Yes,
Where did you go to school? Elementary, middle, and if you went to high school?
Cleveland Avenue Elementary School. You said middle school too?
Yes, sir.
Crawford Long Middle School. And Carver High School.
Carver?
Yeah, Carver High School.
After leaving high school, is that when you started your music career?
During high school, like my last year in high school, or like 11th grade or something. I didn't get serious till after high school though.
You said you didn't get serious until after high school?
Yeah,
And that was around that 2018 year we just talked about?
yeah.
Okay. As you were growing up in the Cleveland Avenue area, did you ever hear of a gang called Rock Crew?
I heard of it growing up. I didn't know if it was a gang or what it was, but yeah, I know what it is.
And how did you know about Rock Crew?
Because they had popular songs.
What were some of their songs that they had that were popular?
I don't know by heart right now. I just knew like there was the music back then.
Do you know who were some of the artists who were with Rock Crew?
One of them, Big Boo.
And he was he performing as a hip hop artist?
Yeah.
Anyone else?
It was some younger people too, like my friends and stuff.
Who are some of the younger people?
They locked up or dead.
Do you have names of some of those individuals?
Let me see. My partners who locked up right now, twin, they used to rap.
Do you know their given name or
Their first and last name?
or their first name?
Nah.
Anyone else outside of Twin?
Rudy. He rapped too back then when we was younger.
Anyone else you can think of?
As of right now, yeah, that's it, I think.
Now, you just spoke about Big Boo. Did you know his given name?
His real name? No.
And did you have your own personal relationship with Big Boo?
Yeah, when I got older.
Now, did there come a time when you were younger that some members of Rock Crew began calling themselves YSL?
Mm-hmm.
You said, mm-hmm.
You asking me that, or you what?
I'm asking you.
Can you say it again?
Sure. As you got older, were there members of Rock Crew who then became members of YSL?
Yes.
Who were those some of those individuals?
Everybody because YSL music took off and rock crew music died, or just, I don't know, Boo got old, so I don't know.
So who are some of these people? You're saying everybody. So who's the everybody who was a part of the music?
Basically, everybody from my neighborhood.
So everybody from your neighborhood was doing music?
There's a lot of people from doing music from my neighborhood though, but not everybody was doing music though. I'm just saying like everybody in the whole, all the people that were rapping or doing music or supported the music was on some YSL stuff now. Like it wasn't rapping rock crew or under that name.
Okay. So tell me some of the people that we're talking about.
Me, myself,
Okay.
my friends who I just told you about. Jeffrey. I can't think of everybody's name.
And what does YSL stand for?
It has multiple meanings.
Tell me some of the meanings.
I say it has multiple meanings, definitions, or what it stands for.
So tell me some of the meanings.
Young stoner life, young slime life, young successful lifestyle. I think that's all I can remember right now.
So let's talk about young stoner life.
Mm-hmm.
When do you distinguish between young stoner life, young slime life, and young successful lifestyle?
You said when? Did I?
Yeah, how do you distinguish between the two? When do you use young stoner life versus young slime life?
Slime part is just like the lingo of it. Like, we would just call each other or something. You wouldn't call your friend or something like, Stoner, what's up, Stoner? We just say like, what's up, slime or something. So that's how I think young slime life is used. Young stoner life, from what I know, was I'm just say like a way of life as far as music, or I mean not the music, but like getting high, or like a hippie, or I don't know.
And outside of the music, is YSL a gang?
You said outside of the music?
Yes, sir.
Some people treat it like that.
What do you treat it as?
I treated it that way before.
You treated it as a gang before?
Yeah.
When did you stop treating it as a gang?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know.
You said you don't remember. And when you say you treated it as a gang, what do you mean?
I don't really know. I never thought about that. I don't know how to answer that.
How old were you when you joined YSL, the gang?
Can you tell me what you mean by like join? Like, are you talking about?
What would you consider joining?
I'm saying like, do you mean join like, cause you know like to get in the gang, you join the gang, like you get beat up or something like that.
How did you become a member of YSL?
My music got popping and I became a known face in my neighborhood, and I started coming around and going to studios and stuff.
So was that how you became a part of the gang YSL, or that's how you became affiliated with the music of YSL?
I'm gonna say that's how I became affiliate of the music of YSL. But as far as joining a gang or something like that, I never like joined. We just all grew up together. There was no time to join or when I joined. We just all know each other from school and grew up together and stuff like that. But I mean, I came around like I forgot, was 2019 or 18, one of those years, when I came around as far as like officially being YSL.
How do you become officially YSL?
Just coming around more and rapping.
Is everyone that is affiliated with, and I'm talking specifically the gang YSL, rappers?
Some people.
So, but not everyone?
Some people rap. A lot of people rap, but everybody don't take it serious. Some people just rap just because they want to rap, because they want to follow the trend.
I definitely understand that, but I want to ask specifically, is everyone who's a part of YSL a gang trying to rap or rappers?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Is everyone who is a part of YSL the gang rapping or try to be rappers?
I don't know. I think so. Everybody try to rap.
Is there anyone in YSL, the gang, who's not trying to rap?
Yeah. I think.
Now I'm going to ask if you know a few people, okay? Do you know Marquavius Huey?
Yeah.
Okay. And how do you know him?
I didn't know his real name till now, until this trial, but how do I know him? Me and his little brother went to school together. Me and his little brother was in the same class. And I always just knew he had a big brother named Quay.
And
And seen him a couple times, stuff like that.
And is that what you called him, Quay?
Yeah, I think that's what his name used to be back then.
Okay. And you said you went to school with his little brother. Do you know how old he is, Quay?
Quay, how old he is?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Did you ever used to hang out with Quay?
When?
At any time?
Not growing up. He came to the studio with me a couple times. That's it. We never hung out outside of the studio.
When did you start seeing him around the studio? About, if we're in 2024, how long ago was that?
I don't know. I can't remember the exact date.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could just identify him by article of clothing he's wearing.
You said identify what?
Identify him by article of clothing he's wearing.
He next to the lawyer with the brown. I think he got on brown too.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Huey.
It'll say reflect.
Do you know another individual by the name of Quamarvius Nichols?
Yeah.
Or another Quay?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes.
And how long have you known Quay?
I knew him longer, I think, since I was a kid. We didn't hang though, but I just knew who he was. I was younger than him though.
Okay. And do you have a friendship or a relationship with him?
Not a strong bond, but we know each other.
And do you see him here today?
No, actually. Oh yeah, I see him now.
And if you identify him as well?
I can't see what he got on. He just got the dreads up.
Okay.
In the air.
And, all right. Is he towards the back of the room, the front of the room, or somewhere
To the back.
else? Is he sitting in between anyone?
Yeah, I think his lawyer.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that he's identified.
It's really not, that could be a couple of different people.
There's two lawyers right there. He right there, and there's a lady next to him on the left side of him.
Your Honor, now let the record
All
reflect.
right, it'll say reflect.
Do you know someone named Shannon?
Yes.
And do you call him Shannon?
Yeah.
Do you call him anything else or just Shannon?
I think I just say Shannon. I don't know.
How long have you known Shannon?
I don't remember. I don't remember when I met him.
Is it longer than you've known Quay, the two Quays?
No.
Shorter than that.
Yeah.
And what is your relationship like, if any, with him?
Now?
Let's talk about before now.
We were cool.
Are you still cool now?
I don't know him right now. He been locked up for a couple of years. What, I ain't supposed to say that?
Disregard that.
And just listen to the question that I asked you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you know someone by the name of Yak?
Yes.
How long?
I got a question.
Do you need to talk to your lawyer?
No, I'm just trying to see. I ain't supposed to say that or something. Well,
Don't worry about it. Just move on to the next question.
all right.
How long have you known Yak?
I don't remember when I met him. I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Is it longer than you know any of these other people? The first three people I asked you about.
Not longer than I knew the Quays.
Okay.
I knew them when I was younger.
Okay.
I probably met Yak when I was about 18, 19, 18. When I started rapping seriously.
Next, Jeffrey Williams. How long have you known Mr. Williams?
Like the same thing as Yak.
Okay. And then Rodalius Ryan.
I've known him since a kid.
Are you older or younger than him?
Older.
Do you know how much older you are?
Not exactly. A couple of years though.
And do you have a nickname for him?
I can't hear you.
Do you have a nickname for him?
A nickname that I have for him?
Do you call him something?
Oh, Leroy.
What is your relationship like with, just generally, what is your relationship like? Good, bad, indifferent? What is your relationship like with Little Rod?
Right now?
Just period.
Oh, good relationship.
And do you see Shannon, Diamante, Jeffrey, and Rodalius in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Appreciate that. So that's stipulated too.
All right. Do you see Diamante? Just describe him by the article of clothing he's wearing.
You said, do I see who?
Yak or Diamante.
Yeah.
What is he wearing?
Like a trench coat.
Is he sitting next to
A
him?
yellow, tan. I don't know what color that is, but a trench coat next to the lady.
All right. Y'all let the record reflect. Is he sitting between two ladies?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see the other lady right there.
Y'all let the record reflect that he's identified Diamante Kendrick.
Okay, the record will so reflect, and I don't know if jury, y'all been explained what a stipulation is. That just means everybody agrees, so you can accept that as a fact. That as to Mr. Stillwell, that this witness knows and can identify Mr. Stillwell.
Did you see Mr. Williams?
Your Honor, we'll join the stipulation.
All right. And so it is now, you can accept as fact that this witness knows and can identify Mr. Williams.
And then last, Mr. Ryan.
Yes.
Okay. And where is he seated and what is he?
In the front row, next to his lawyers.
All right. Your Honor, let the record reflect that he's identified. Is he sitting on the right side of his
Right
focus?
side.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Ryan.
We need to probably do a little bit better than that with the identification.
What is he wearing?
A suit.
All right. And so you can now accept this fact that this witness knows and can identify Mr. Ryan.
Thank you. All right, just a few more people. Do you know someone by the name of Trontavia Stevens?
Yes.
All right. And do you have a nickname for him?
Talking about Slug?
Is that what you called him?
Oh, yeah.
All right. How long have you known Slug?
I don't know. Like 2018 or something, I think, when he got out.
Okay.
I think. I don't know.
Do you know someone by the name of Darius Ford?
Yes, I do.
All right. And when he was living, how long had you known him?
Like all my life.
Did you all grow up together?
No.
How did you know him all your life?
My brother was best friends with his big brother.
Okay.
And they played sports together, so I always knew him when I was a little kid.
What about Christian McMiller?
What about him?
Do you know him?
Yes.
All right. What you call him?
Christian,
Okay. How long had you known him?
since a kid.
And what about Durante Beebe?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We grew up together.
And then last, Demekion Garlington.
Who?
Demekion Garlington.
You asking how long did I know him?
Do you know him?
I know him. Yeah, I know him.
And how do you know him?
I don't even know how I know him.
And does he have a nickname?
D.
Now, do you have any tattoos, Mr. Lee?
Yes.
And specifically, I want to ask, do you have any tattoos with the wording Rudy?
Yes.
Okay. And who is Rudy?
My little brother.
Is he your biological little brother or someone you call your little brother?
I just call him my little brother.
And your tattoo with Rudy, what, if anything, does it say?
Long live Rudy.
On live, Rudy?
Long live.
And within the Cleveland Avenue area, do some people call themselves the Rudy Gang?
You said do some people call themselves that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's not really a gang though.
Okay. What's the significance? Tell the jury about a Rudy Gang.
His family made that for him. They just showing that they for him. Like they doing it for him. I don't know. They just said gang.
Okay. Now, do you have social media?
Yeah.
And specifically, do you have Instagram?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. What is your IG handle?
Slime Light Shopping.
How long have you had that Instagram handle?
I don't remember.
Okay.
When I made it, I don't know.
We're in 2024. Did you have it last year?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a better question. From the time you got into the music industry in 2018, have you had that Instagram handle?
Yeah.
What is your primary purpose of using Instagram?
My primary purpose is just social media. I think I would have had an Instagram whether I rap or not. So just social media.
And have you used IG to post photos?
Yes.
Have you used IG to direct message people?
Yes.
Have you been in group chats on IG?
Yes.
Right. Have you been in group chats or had DMs on IG with Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
What was his Instagram name?
What is his Instagram name?
Mm-hmm.
Jeffrey. I don't know. What's his Instagram name now? You said what was it then?
Yeah. When you were communicating with him using your IG, what?
I think it's the same. Thugger.
Is it Thugger or something else?
I think it's Thugger. I think that's his Instagram name right now.
Have you ever used the handle Thugger1?
I think. You said, have I ever used it?
Have you ever messaged him using that handle Thugger1?
Yeah, I think so.
Trontavious Stevens or Tick, did you ever IG him? Or excuse me, direct message him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Do you recall what his Instagram handle was?
I don't remember by heart.
Have you ever heard of the handle _1slug?
Yeah, that probably was it.
Christian McMiller, did you ever direct message him on Instagram?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Have you ever direct message the Instagram OE5 or O5E and Drive Slim?
Ocean Drive Slim?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Was that Christian McMiller?
Yeah.
All right. Darius Ford, did you ever IG or direct message him on Instagram?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And was his Instagram at real1_FR?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about Demekion Garlington? Did you ever direct message him on Instagram?
From what I've seen in the indictment, yeah. But I don't remember his Instagram, though.
And then Shannon Still, have you ever Instagram him or direct message him on Instagram? Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall sending here what his Instagram handle was?
Not by heart.
Okay. Have you ever IG'd him on an Instagram handle OG.BOOL?
Yeah, I think so.
Today, have you had the opportunity to look through or look at some of your Instagram records in preparation for your testimony today?
Yeah.
Permission to approach Your Honor.
You may.
Oh, no, Mr. Chart. I'm showing you what's been marked as 31NN, 31NNA, 30NN, 30NNA, 32NN, 32NNA, 33NN, 33NNA, 34NN, 34NNA, and 35NNA. Are these the items that we went over today?
Yeah, you showed me that.
Okay. And were they the items associated with your Instagram account, slimelife.shawty?
Yeah, from what these papers say.
Okay. And Your Honor, this time say would like to tender Stacey with 30 NN to 35 NNA. 30 NN and 30 NNA through 35 NN and 35 NNA into evidence.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
You may.
You already say like 10 to 30 and NNA through 35 and then an NNA into evidence.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
I'm going to approach again. And Ms. Westmoreland, we're getting ready to do that. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36 NN, 37 NN, 38 NN, and 39 NN.
I need to keep that.
Yes, you keep it. Did you see those earlier today as well?
Yeah.
Okay, no?
I said, yeah.
Okay. And first looking at 36 NN, do you recognize the people in that photo?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the people who are in that photograph?
Yeah, I think so.
Now showing you 37 NN. Do you recognize the person that's inside of 37 NN?
Yeah.
Looking at 38 NN, do you recognize the person in 38 NN?
You said, do I recognize who?
The person standing next to you in 38 NN.
Yeah, I see him.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of you and the person standing next to you in 38 NN?
Yeah.
And 39 NN, do you recognize the individuals in that photograph, 39 NN?
Yeah.
And how did you recognize, and is that a fair and accurate depiction of the people inside of 39 NN?
Can you repeat that?
Does that look or appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the individuals inside of 39 NN?
Yeah.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 36 through 39 NN.
Those are admitted.
And I'm going to first show you State's Exhibit 36 NN. Who is in this picture in 36 NN?
Me and Shane.
And was this photo taken in October of 2020, or was this photo taken at a different time?
I don't know when it was taken. I just see when they posted.
All right. And earlier we talked about Instagram pages. Is this Mr. Stillwell's Instagram page?
I think so.
All right. And can you read for the jury what the caption says?
Fuck the other side. Put them on TV about my dogs.
You got to slow down because the court reporter is taking it down.
Go ahead and read it. Just read it a little bit more slowly.
Fuck the other side. Put them on TVs about my dogs. Soldier reads bloody teeth, Glock with beam about my dogs. Cause a scene about my dogs.
I'm not kidding. Let me enhance it.
I'm going too fast.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Slow it down. I
Where
know
you
you want
want
to
me to
wrap
go
it,
to?
but slow it down.
Where you want me to start at?
You can start from the beginning.
Say it again. F the other side. Put them on TVs about my dogs. Soldier reads bloody tees, Glocks with beams about my dogs. Clear the scene about my dog. If he F with them, you can't F with me. No, he is not my dog. That's it?
No, keep going. Keep reading the rest of it.
The rest of it is not my song.
Okay, so the first portion is your song.
Yeah.
All right. But I want you to read the rest of the post, though, for me.
Even if our position ever come down to being back to back, that's just how we're gonna rock out against whoever with you.
All right. And are there some hashtags?
No slime left behind.
All right. And is that an emoji next to that hashtag?
It looked like a crazy emoji. I never seen that.
Okay. What's the next hashtag?
2 B's.
Do you know what that signifies?
Big business.
All right. And what else does the rest of it say?
Many more blessings and riches, I say.
And is someone tagged?
I don't know who that is. Oh, there's somebody who made some clothes.
All right.
Real feel. I don't know who that is.
Okay. And what else does the rest of the post say for the record?
Thank you for this exclusive ass hat and for this crazy ass one of none hoodie.
And then someone else tagged.
Somebody named Marilyn is totally responsible.
Okay. And when was this post posted?
2020.
All right. Now, the verse that you quoted, your verse, what song is that from?
Dang, I forgot about it. For another sample on TV. Dang, I don't even remember. Okay. I really don't. I think, is it Where the Love at?
And was that a song that came out before 2020 or in 2020?
It probably came out in 2020.
Okay. And in looking at this picture, do you know where you and Mr. Stillwell were when you took it?
At the studio.
All right. And do you have a particular studio that you used to go to?
No.
Okay. Where was this studio located?
I can't remember by heart, but it looked like, geez. I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I remember.
All right, that's fine. Course indulgence for one moment. Ms. Westmoreland, do you want to see it? What does no slime left behind mean?
I think that's just what it means. No slime left behind.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 37 and admitted, excuse me.
Oh, that was my mixtape name. That's why he put the hashtag. He was supporting my mixtape.
Your mixtape was No Slime Left Behind.
Yes.
What made you name your mixtape No Slime Left Behind?
Like the No Child Left Behind thing that's, in school.
Okay.
I just named it that. No Slime Left Behind.
And when you were talking about slime, who were you referencing anyone particular?
No, not nobody in particular. No, I just wanted to be different. I just named it that.
I'm going to publish 37 NN. Who is in 37 NN?
OG Boo. OG Boo.
And who is that?
Shannon.
All right. And can you read for the jury the caption?
Read his caption.
Yes.
Said, ain't nothing more compatible than a trench. A carving while in the trenches.
And then is there a hashtag?
Hashtag no slime left behind. Hashtag 2 B's. life size.
And is there another hashtag?
Free Quay.
Is there another hashtag on the screen?
Oh, no.
Your Honor.
It's in this paper
Your
right here.
Honor.
You got me reading.
Your Honor, I have to make a motion.
All right, I'm going to excuse
I wasn't looking at the screen. I was looking at this paper.
That's fine, don't worry about it. Can I ask you to step outside for just a minute? And jury, I'll excuse you all for just a minute. Mr. Lee, can you step outside for a minute for me, please? Thank you.
Your Honor, we're making a motion for a mistrial on behalf of Mr. Nichols. We're not going to be able to unring this bell. Your Honor, this is the exact same issue that while we were at the bench, I brought it up. It was Exhibit 37NN that the hashtag, there was a hashtag on that exhibit that said Free Quay, which would definitely indicate to the jury that Quay, has spent time in jail or in prison. The state agreed. We stipulated that they would redact it, and then the state presented, I guess, to the witness the unredacted version, didn't prep him to not comment on it, and he did. And, Your Honor, before we had the opportunity for you to preside over us, this happened already again. And before, and I made a motion for a mistrial. Now it's happened again. So now the jury has repeatedly heard about Mr. Nichols being in jail, being in prison, and you cannot unring that bell. We would ask for a mistrial.
Your Honor, Carter Matthews for Mr. Marquavius Huey. We join in that motion for mistrial. And what's important for this court to know is that 45 minutes ago, there had been a reference to a person being in jail. Now, this witness has identified Marquavius Huey and has also identified Marquavius Nichols. So all the state had to do was ask this honorable court for an opportunity to have this witness maybe step out of the courtroom and go over with that witness that, we don't need to say anything about someone in jail, what have you. That did not happen before he went on the stand, nor after that first slip up by this witness. There may have even been a document right there on the witness stand that should have been pulled from the state of Georgia from that witness stand so that this could have been avoided. So, Your Honor, we are joining in that motion as well.
Oh, hang on. It's all right. You just didn't know, but we'll let you know when to come back in, okay?
So we join in that motion, Your Honor.
Your Honor, and I just want to briefly add that it is painfully obvious that the state is not prepping their witnesses. You can tell by the way when the witness spoke the first time and he said, oops, am I not supposed to say that? Like, oh, I had no idea, which makes it obvious that the state had not spoke to him, had not prepped them, and this has happened repeatedly. It's happening over and over again, Your Honor, and we're just not going to be able to unring 100 bells.
And finally, Your Honor, Mr. Marquavius Huey, it's been established that that his nickname is Quay.
Okay, isn't there going to be, we talked today about, isn't there going to be a stipulation that references to Quay, at least at some points, are not either Mr. Nichols or Mr. Huey? We did.
Yes, Your Honor, and that's a few things. So, one, Your Honor, it was not intentional because we clearly...
Okay, but it was sloppy because I presume he's reading from the document that you handed him instead of reading from the screen.
And we should have instructed him to read from the screen, but
Or you
when-
should have presented him with a document that had that part redacted.
issue-
It's just sloppy.
The issue came while he was on the stand, Your Honor. So the issue did not come prior to. Ms. Westmoreland walked up to me while he was on the stand and said, "I'm going to have an issue with that. Can you redact it?" That is when the state became aware.
Then it should have occurred to you, you know what, I'm handing him a hard copy of this document that is unredacted.
But
I mean,
not if there's multiple quays, Your Honor. If I don't know which quay that.
hang on. Can we stop having people come in and out when I've asked the witness to step out and every time the door opens, they can hear what we're talking about? Please, just for a few seconds. I'm not asking anybody who's in here to leave. God have mercy, y'all. Huh?
The state is in charge of the witness, and they're supposed to be guiding the witness to the room.
Yeah, I mean, there seems to be.
And so that is the point in which we learned of it is we redacted it on here. Ms. Westmoreland brought it up here.
Yeah,
when I
and you
came
didn't read it. I mean, so the
But I
jury
said-
didn't see it, but now the jury has heard it. I don't think it is really that, much of a crisis because there is going to be this stipulation that Quay is not always either of these defendants. So, nor is it obvious to everybody that free whomever is such a quote about who knows, everything these days. And so it doesn't necessarily indicate that whomever Quay is, Quay spent time in jail or in custody or in prison or anything. I mean, they say it about, Hollywood stars who are in a breakup. I mean, it's not so obviously, oh, this must mean this person was in prison. But also, we were already saying Quay isn't either of these people. So let's just, whether this was one of these people or, I don't even know who it did refer to.
And we don't know because it's not his post. He was reading someone else's post. So it could be a multitude of quays.
You talked to his attorney earlier, right?
Yes.
And did you get any kind of an indication? I don't know if this was
wasn't
one
an
of the
issue
things you were going to, but it's an issue now. And you said before lunch that you were going to ask Mr. Rubin.
Yes, we did ask.
Do you know at this point whether the free Quay referenced, this wasn't even his post, was it?
It wasn't, and it wasn't an issue until Ms. Westmoreland. So when I talked to Mr. Rubin at lunchtime, this wasn't something I was going to address with him because it wasn't I did not realize it was an issue. Mr. Rubin found out for me that Slat Quay is not either of these two quays.
Okay, but this isn't Slat Quay. This is just Quay.
Right.
I know. So why doesn't everybody, well, they don't know how it's spelled. They only heard it. Why doesn't everybody just enter into some sort of a stipulation that the free Quay or the reference to Quay just now isn't either of these people?
I don't know if it is, so it was.
Whether it, okay, so.
Your Honor, the state can enter stipulation that we weren't referencing any. We, as the state of Georgia.
Okay, that is not a reference to, if you would prefer that.
I don't know what the poster is referencing.
I don't honestly really care what the poster was referencing. What I'm trying to do is fix your sloppiness so that everybody won't have wasted, 10, 12 months of their lives in this trial.
Yeah, we can come up with this.
Okay, do it now. Y'all work on that. I'm going to take 5 minutes. Maybe I'll come up with. All right.
Wait, hold on, Matthews. Before you say we have a stipulation, F, Judge, once you rule on our mistrial,
Right.
on my motion for a mistrial.
Okay, so are you asking, what kind of a mistrial are you asking for?
Your Honor, I believe that we were goaded into the mistrial.
Okay, well, I do not believe that, because if you had seen Miss Hilton's face when that came out of the witness's mouth, she was appalled. And I do not believe that they are purposefully trying to insert error into this trial to make y'all ask for a mistrial so that they can try this case again. I think it is continued, and I am sorry, y'all have, you know, this gigantic, ginormous universe of evidence that maybe if you narrowed down, you would not be making these kinds of mistakes, but I believe that to be a mistake.
Your Honor,
So I'm going to deny a motion for a mistrial with prejudice. That one, I don't believe that the facts bear out. Would you like a mistrial without prejudice?
yes.
You would? Who else would? That means, of course, that the state would be free to try every one of y'all again.
Judge, just a moment.
Sure.
we're still talking.
Okay, I didn't know.
Ms. Westmoreland,
Thank you, Your Honor. May we approach?
you may. for the day.